I think it's $100. No. Are you ready to go? Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, being led by Mr. Jerzak.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I figure they nicknamed New Jersey, so you're one of the 50 states. If that's
No. Nothing to do with New Jersey.
Welcome to the first regular meeting of the Village Board of Trustees in the Village of Ballston Spa, June 12, 2023, easy for me to say. Must be the caffeine. Let us go to the minutes, and can I get a motion that the minutes of May 22nd, 2023, that meeting be approved?
I'll make that motion.
Trustee Raymond.
Second.
Trustee Cormos, discussion?
I will abstain, I wasn't here.
All in favor? Opposed? Abstention from Trustee Baskin. It's approved. Let's go to mayor's announcements. Got a variety of announcements here, and here we go. First off, and Darlene, your timing is impeccable, Darlene, because I want to talk about the crosswalk update on Church Avenue. We had gotten some feedback from Labella, our engineers, on the crosswalk that DOT had formerly suggested between Trumbull and Rosewood up there because of there were two options basically given, one there, one possibly a double day. Because of safety issues with the curve that exists over there, we had chosen the Trumbull to Rosewood option. We got the plans back, and I saw that instead of using Trumbull, we sort of moved it south, and Jeff Garis and I went out there to see why we did that. And the reason was, honestly, there's a huge tree that would block any site on the, if I'm getting this right, south, so that's the west side of the street over there. And so the idea is to move it away from that tree to the south slightly. The instructions I gave to Labella before we go into the permitting process, which costs a fair amount of money, was to send a letter to DOT to confirm that they will be okay not using Trumbull as the other side of that crosswalk. It should not take too long to get a response from them. I'm pretty sure they'll be okay with it, especially under those circumstances. So that's what we'll be waiting for before we go into permitting, and then ramping, and from there, DOT will take care of the striping and the signage at that point in time once the ramps exist there. We did talk to the landowner whose property it would be in front of, just to let them know what's going on. They seemed to be okay with it. We don't need permission based on legal research on it, but we still felt it was the right thing to do, placing a crosswalk sort of in front of their driveway area, that we let them know, and they were fine with it. So thank you to them. I sat down with the Friends of Wiswall or a couple of folks from Friends of Wiswall and from the Park and Tree Board, namely Caitlin Parwana and Judy Esposito. I see Judy here tonight. Hi, Judy. And as you may remember, in a prior meeting or two, we had discussion about a relocation of a sewer pipe that is located underneath Wiswall Park. In fact, that sewer pipe currently goes underneath the gazebo area as it got plotted out by Labella. So the question ultimately became, we have an attempt at a master plan going on over in Wiswall Park, and we have this attempt to move the sewer line. And so it became a chicken and egg question. What do we do? Do we go and engineer this first and then tell Friends of Wiswall you're going to have to hold off on doing certain things? Or do we ask Friends of Wiswall to work on their master plan further and then go to Labella? The general consensus was let the engineers do what they're going to do first to suggest the best location for the sewer pipe. And so we're going to move that part forward. We did discuss some things that Friends of Wiswall and Park and Tree can do in the meantime with respect to engaging a master planner and some of the things that they can, let's say, upsell on with respect to renderings and landscape perspective, more than what the overhead view site plan would do, so that folks can visualize better what this will look like, what some of their ideas are on the periphery of the park. The sewer pipe most likely will go closer to the building that's over there, but we'll let the engineers determine that. The danger, of course, is you cannot put any kind of tree over that. You can put maybe some low-grade shrubbery, et cetera. You don't want to put any kind of building or gazebo or pavilion over it either. So it will be good to know where it's going to go so that the master planner ultimately can take it from there and know what to do with the rest of the design of the park. But there are some things that they're going to be able to do in the meantime, and we're going to get them moving forward on those. And in the meantime, we'll get Labella underway because they were concerned about, well, are we working around the plan or are we going to be first in line? And we got all that sorted out so that all the parties who are involved know what's going on. So thank you to Judy and to Caitlin for their patience in discussing it with us as well. Union Firehouse apron, it's engineering central going on around here. The Union Firehouse apron, we had to send back that proposal because we had about $20,000 of engineering fees proposed in that originally for what was supposed to be about a $50,000, $54,000 apron. We've pared that down. We're getting our village attorney involved to package the bid packaging the way it needs to be done and send it out. We're working to see if we can get the permitting done and the construction inspection done in-house as well, and really trying to not overspend on the engineering for something like this, but still making sure it's safe and will last at the same time. So we were going to be doing a vote on that. It's not on the agenda, but we had sorted all this out late last week, and so this will be in other business later on. But just to let you know, we have not forgotten about that. We are going to be moving forward with that as soon as possible. I regret to inform you that your taxes are due. And your water cards are due as well, all at the same time. This is a very challenging time in the village offices this specific month because you have both things going on at the same time. And with the lack of a treasurer that we're working on, actually, we're coming up with a couple ideas with respect to how to rectify that situation. And I'm actually encouraged by some of the thoughts that I can't go into quite yet, but I think we've got a little bit of a plan hatching here that's going to be exciting, I think. And if the trustees want to discuss further, we would have to go into executive session to go there. But nonetheless, I want to just say that we are in a good position with respect to everybody pitching in right now to get all the data input for water bills and for the taxes being taken in at the same time. So I want to thank our village office staff for really hunkering down here and working together to get this all done this month. It is a real challenge and we are stepping up to that challenge. We had shopped around our sidewalk liability questions a little bit with our insurer, because when you get down to sidewalk liability questions, you probably should call your insurer to say, what effect will doing certain things like taking over sidewalks have on our community, on our rates, on our insurability even, because it was my understanding that possibly Catskill may have actually almost lost their insured status at one time when they took over sidewalks in their community a number of years ago. So you hear things like that, you get concerned about what it does or doesn't do. And we actually got a response back from NYMER, who is our insurer. So we went to our broker, said, hey, what do you think? They went to NYMER, the actual insurer that we have. And we end up with a response from Henry Vandenhever at NYMER. And I'll read you the response. It was to Mary Lou Weil, who's our broker. And he said, I'm not sure if the village board is aware of this, but they already have several local laws that address this question of liability issues. The way they are crafted provides very strong protection to the village against injuries caused by poorly maintained sidewalks. This is one of the strongest protections for any of the villages I personally deal with. I frequently cite Ballston Spa during my meetings with other mayors as to the way to limit a village's liability for sidewalks. Of course, it is up to the board as to whether they want to diminish these protections by abrogating these laws. This would put them on a par with many villages that don't have similar laws. They would need to do this to avoid any conflicts in the event of a lawsuit. That having been said, if they do decide to repeal these laws, the village, we still have some protection for sidewalk injuries because of New York State Village Law 6-628. This is the law that requires prior written notice for streets and sidewalk defects and then failure of the village to correct the reported defect within a reasonable time frame. There are some exceptions to this law, such as if the village creates the defect themselves. For instance, if the DPW pulls up a portion of its sidewalk to make repairs an underground water line and somebody falls and take the excavation. And he offers to meet, but just to give you an indication, Ballston Spa, believe it or not, is actually shown to be one of the best examples of sidewalk liability laws out there, unbeknownst to me, and I think several others out there. And it's good to hear that from Nimer in that situation. So,
Mayor, could you please share that email, or have you?
sure will.
Thank you very much.
Finally, Birdhouse Festival. Who won yesterday? Show of hands. Awesome event. I want to thank Mark Black, Ask, all of our volunteers who are here. And I want to settle a little confusion that some folks had come up to me that heard what was going on and everything else. And just, there's some more about this later on. I just want to give my 2 cents here in these announcements. We worked very hard with BSBPA to ensure that we would not have any adverse effects with the displays on their farmers market. And there were concerns when the fence was a little bit, let's say, more outside where the current boundaries of the fence are. Oh my goodness, we can't put a tent there. And I was out there with Natalia and Dianis, who are now on the BSBPA board, literally with tape measures and everything else once we were figuring out the final layout and everything, working with Mark as well, who's being very cooperative in the process to ensure that nobody would have an adverse effect, that everybody was going to get a chance to use what they needed to use inside the park. And I just wanted to thank, especially with Bernadette's help. She was working with Christine and Dana a lot. I was working with Natalia and Dianis, and we reached a consensus of, trying it, making sure we were okay, checking on it on Saturday at the farmers market. I know that Mark and Ask have reached out to the vendors to make sure, hey, if you want to come on Sunday, by all means, come out on Sunday as well, offer them that opportunity too. So we just want to thank BSBPA for that cooperation in that whole situation. All of our not-for-profits are in a situation where they all want to be treated fairly at the end of the day. And Judy Esposito and I had this conversation about Friends of Whizball as well. And just Mark and I and Judy were even having a conversation because their cleanup event didn't have insurance. And we worked with Carla Bittner to make sure at least we had a hold harmless set up so that at least there was protection for the village and we didn't have to cancel that event. It was working together in that situation too. Everybody wanted to help everybody else out and to come up with ideas on how we can avoid certain hurdles or pitfalls. I've been here for 45 years in my 47 years. And what I'll say is that in the village of Ballston Spa, when people step forward wanting to do things for this community, to benefit the community, historically, we embrace those people and we say, what can we do to help you? We don't usually say, what hurdles can I put in your way to avoid or disable your ability to do those wonderful events? And so that's the type of cooperation we need more of in this community. That's where I will end Mayor's announcements, and we will move forward to liaison reports, starting with Trustee Cormos. Make sure you're on your mic.
Yep. Just gonna get my- Here we go. For the library, the funds raised so far by the Friends of the Library and commitments on grants is $230,000 and $665. So and that's since December. So I think they've done an excellent job of fundraising, and that includes Assemblywoman Mary Beth Walsh's award of $40,000, W.G. Boughton's Foundation $40,000, J.M. McDonald Foundation $25,000, and also the Lions donated $1,000 for the next 4 years. So they are well on their way. I believe they've also put in an application for a grant, a large grant, and have met the first hurdle. So we keep your fingers crossed that the library project will get fully funded. Just as FYI, the community read aloud will be held on Saturday, June 17th, 11 to 4. It's for all ages. It'll be on the library lawn, so people should bring chairs or blankets, and if it does rain, they'll move it in here. The other piece of news is that the summer reading program registrations will start on June 23rd. That's all I have.
And just to be specific about a couple of things, Victoria from the Alfred Z. Solomon Trust came out yesterday for the Birdhouse Festival because they had given a contribution toward it. And they had also given a contribution, you may remember, to the library, and got to thank her personally for both of those donations. She loves Ballston Spa, and the Solomon Trust loves libraries. So we do want to thank them for that. And the large request that Trustee Cormos was referring to was to Senator Gillibrand's office for, I believe, $300,000 in that grant opportunity. I sent a letter of support in, and also asked Congressman Tonko's office to perhaps give a little nudge to the senator's office, because obviously they have a good working relationship in Congress, to give us a better chance at that opportunity, because that's obviously some great money that they could use on this fundraising adventure that they are on currently. So thanks to all their hard work to spot these opportunities and to make this happen. You know, writing a letter or signing a letter is pretty easy compared to what they're doing right now. So thank you to them. Trustee Fondensa.
Just briefly, the BSBPA had their first market on Saturday. I was bummed I could not go. I did not feel well, but I hope everyone else went. There was some discussion last week about the placement of letters, and there was some cooperation between both sides. And I really appreciate the BSBPA giving it a try. And actually, they moved some of their spots, their usual vendor spots, to actually be also on Front Street, so that they seem more prime spots. I believe My Other Garden sold out, which is awesome. That's a great start for her. But I know as the season continues on that there's going to be more produce, so the vendors will start coming out more. Oh my gosh, Liz, what is the time? It's 8 a.m. to
9 to 1.
9 to 1. Thank you. So I encourage everybody to go. It's always really nice, and you can just kind of go downtown and enjoy just kind of milling about. It's nice to go and have a lazy morning and just kind of wander. They also had their first Friday with their first movie in the park, and considering that the weather was kind of iffy, we weren't sure there was enough kids to enjoy it. And also Oobleck, which was really nice to enjoy again as as an adult. But so BSBP is doing good things, and their concerts are coming up, so they're plugging along as usual. So thank you.
I was kind of disappointed I couldn't get any produce from Maria. I actually went a little late and she was gone. Yeah, absolutely. So I'll have to go back for that. Trustee Raymond.
Okay. So DPW, obviously you guys might have seen, they did some brush pickup and picked up some clippings. They're going to try to do that one more time this week, early in the week, and then that's going to be it for anybody who got missed. Beyond that, for the rest of the summer, obviously grass clippings need to be bagged, brush needs to be cut and bundled, and our 2 waste service providers will be picking it up. So, street sweeping started, and that's going to finish in a couple of weeks. New street signs will be, they'll start installing those, and they have an additional day of swimming pool prep before that can get open. And they also need to open up the bathrooms at Kelly Park. They're working on that, and there's also additional security cameras at Kelly Park that they will be working on. They're going to finish some striping and paving on Front Street and Charlton Street, including the blue handicap and red crosswalks, and finish restoration and seating of the Front Street project. They do have a few hydrants to replace as well. They're working on a paving list right now, so that should be out a little bit. There is a stormwater project at Dublin Drive and at Maple Ave that the DPW will be handling. And then they're gonna repair and some damage and deterioration to the water building. And that's so far, that's what they have on their plate, which is plenty. Months worth of work.
Jeff, who I don't think I'm telling the tales out of school because everybody knows he's going to be a grandfather, actually. So congratulations to Jeff Garis and his family on that announcement. What's with all these grandchildren coming out here, Terry, suddenly? But he did want me to underscore something that Trustee Raymond said. There is going to be another pickup, but literally put out your brush tonight if you want it picked up, because we cannot guarantee where they're hitting starting tomorrow on it. So if you put it out, to, let's say tomorrow night, you may have already been hit and not even known it, and it'll stay out there. So if you have brush that you kind of took back, put it back out tonight and leave it there for this week, and then we'll see and hope it gets picked up, because we'll be doing one full rotation to make sure of it. So you'll see signs soon about what to do next if you miss this, which is the whole bagging process, et cetera. But you've got that one last absolute opportunity to get out there tonight while it's still nice out before it rains or anything, and get that out there if you do need it picked up. If it's already out there, obviously just leave it there. It will get hit. Trustee Baskin.
Hello, before I get to these other things, just wanted to ask, first of all, I just want to say that Jeff and his company did a great job. I haven't thanked them directly yet, and I need to do that because Front Street looks awesome. I was wondering, on Ballston Ave and McMaster, there's a relatively busy crosswalk. Is there plans to put street signs in, or could we develop signs or plans for that?
If they aren't there, they should be. So that probably is qualifying as a missing situation. Jennifer usually has been tracking this with Jeff.
When I say street sign, I mean the pedestrian crossing.
Oh, I think there was an intention to put those in last year. Probably just didn't get actually installed last year. So we'll give that to her still, because
Thank
she
you
works
very
on
much.
that. You got it.
I appreciate it.
Yep.
As far as the Arts Committee, they met last week, I think it was. They scheduled a plein air event at the meeting. I hope it hasn't changed, but they said September 1 or September 2nd. It's going to be at Brookside. It'll cost $20 for village or one residents and 12020 and $30 for others. It's where you paint outside, is what that is, with an artist teacher. They spoke with Mark. It looks like they have some funding for a banner, and they'll do that in the fall. I believe they corresponded with Mark about that to coordinate. And so that's just getting started. Their next meeting is June 21st. The Park and Tree Board, want to thank them and all the volunteers who came out to clean up the park and put some flowers in. I heard there's another flat of flowers that might could still go in. And but that was very helpful just right before, the park season starts with the Bird Festival and Bird House Festival and Farmers Market. So thank you to all those people who did that. And their next meeting is June 20th. They're still looking for donations to replace benches in Wiswall if you're interested in that. That's it.
Treasurer's report, obviously, I'll fill in here and state that, as I had said before, time for tax payments, time for water meter cards, and obviously water payments next month when the bills are generated from those meter readings. So please stay tuned to social media in case you didn't get a card. We'll give you the secondary options, which is emailing your reading and a photo in to our deputy clerk in that situation. We'll get you all the information on Facebook on that one, and also on our website. So stay tuned for that. We usually advertise that at the very end of the cycle of the month, but we decided we're going to try to do a little bit earlier this time around to give folks a little bit more lead time for that option as well. With respect to, let's see, the stuff they're working on, they are working on pay period scenarios. Obviously, with the changes in the fiscal year, they've had to update the salaries with our payroll processing folks over at EFDR that are helping us with that with ADP Run. They are also working diligently on the retroactive pay for the police, which, remember, we did sign the memorandum of agreement, and so it's time to pay for the last 2 years of retroactive pay to our police that are still with us, that now deserve that money in going backward, because we did adjust retroactively the 2 years, what they should have been making in that period or those periods. So they're working on that, finalizing that. I'll be reviewing it with the union rep to make sure we've got the right numbers and getting that paid out as soon as possible. The funds for that basically will be getting dumped into the fund balance from what we anticipated. We had overinflated with the anticipation of retroactive pay in last year's fiscal year budget. So we'll likely be taking that out of fund balance because that's where it's getting dumped into, that overage that didn't get used because we didn't quite get the retro pay done until this fiscal year, but we will get that taken care of when we get there. Again, the treasurer situation, right now we have Melissa McCann working up to 32 hours a week as we had approved in the last meeting. She's doing a great job for us. Don Traver, who's in the back, is supporting her as well with numerous hours. Thank you to Don for all of his hard work. He's going to take a much needed vacation, I think, coming up here soon. So go have fun, but come back well rested for us because we'll have some more stuff definitely for you to do. But they have been definitely spearheading a lot of what's going on. And also Tricia, our deputy clerk, has been working to get more familiar with all the entry that's required for the taxes, because this is service going back, and also the water period with Bob, working with him, Bob Kavanaugh. So like I said, good cooperation. That's where our focus is financially right now in terms of getting the revenues in, because obviously that's how we run the place. And we will keep focusing on that, making sure everything's right and any mistakes are fixed, because obviously no system is perfect in this situation.
Mayor, we haven't received a year-to-date report to, we're closed out the end of the year, and we'd like to see, the stats so that we can see, if we met our budget or not.
You have an email from EFPR from today. You may not have seen it from earlier today. I forwarded to everybody that stated that they have a couple things they need to take care of and identify with us for May. I'll be working with Melissa and to the degree Don's around during this, Don, to just get that fixed up for them, and they'll be able to issue the May report and then everything else that goes with that, because obviously they can't put a year end without May in there. So they are identifying what the last things we need, and we'll issue that. I will state though that from what I know of what we did at the end of that year compared to what the budget was reading in the projections, we will be fine. We'll be at a black number, not a red number for the year, and probably around what we had projected, not too far off from that. Because again, we had projected the retro pay for police, for instance. So technically, if we account that to last year, we're still not doing anything bad in our budget.
I mean, some of the utilities were an issue.
Right, and we actually adjusted in projections for that purpose too. We were using, basically, we had X number of months of the fiscal year, where were we, how was the rest of the year going to look, and stuff like that. So our projections were pretty reasonable based on what our numbers being experienced were up to that point. So, and thanks to Barbara back when for helping work on that and keeping me in check on some of those numbers. Okay, we got a presentation coming up. Ross Farrell is here. And I should actually, before I get you up here, Ross, I should say Greg Teresi is with us on Zoom. He is our stand-in for Carla Bittner, who is currently coming back from a Board of Education meeting in which her kids are both getting recognized tonight, Chris and Bella, for their contributions during the school year. Bella's the athlete of the family. Chris is the actor of the family, and they're both getting recognized for their great year, basically, talents, etc. So we said, by all means, go celebrate with them. She'll come and join us by Zoom soon. Greg, you may remember from our organizational meeting, we drew the short straw tonight, clearly, but thanks for joining us, Greg. So far, it's pretty easy going. Ross Farrell is joining us from CDTA, and also Brian Healy from CHA to talk about a CDTA bus shelter concept. He's going to hand us the presentation first. Go up to the podium, turn on that microphone, and go. All right. Give me one. Yeah. All right.
Hit the button on the. There you go.
Oh, there we go. All right. Yeah. Russ, do you hit your head on the bus when you get on?
Sometimes.
Okay, just check it.
Well, thank you, Mayor. Thank you to all the trustees. Thank you.
May I have a paper copy because I can't.
I think we have an extra, so yeah,
Yeah.
we'll get one. Don't worry. Thank you, Mike.
All right, does anyone else need a copy? We're good. Well, thank you. There's one more. Thank you to the mayor, thank you to the trustees, and thanks for everyone in the room. My name is Ross Farrell, Director of Planning for CDTA. Been with CDTA now coming on 15 years, doing very similar type infrastructure improvement projects throughout the capital region. As the mayor said, Brian Healy from from Clough Harbor Associates is on the line to help me field with any questions. He's our project engineer. And if we jump to the next slide, I'll just quickly go through the agenda, which is going to be basically just background as to why I'm here today and what we're going to be doing, discussing the existing conditions for our transit operations and bus stops in the village. Discuss the project components we're going to propose here today to the trustees and everyone. Look at some potential designs that you'll see in front of you now. These are all potential designs. The one thing to remember is CDTA doesn't own the roadway. As we know from what we've just been talking about, even the village has to get permission on certain things. So these are just concepts that we want to get public feedback on and then discuss next steps. Next slide is some background. CDTA is a transit authority that does more than just operate bus service. We provide a lot of services to our communities beyond just traditional transit when it comes to different mobility options. Another element that we do is we're actually in the infrastructure industry. So we design and construct infrastructure throughout the capital region. Obviously, that's infrastructure that's mainly focused on improvements to public transportation, but that's always tied into improvements for pedestrians. Because anytime someone takes the bus, they start and end their trip as a pedestrian. So improving the pedestrian environment is something that we're invested in. This is an investment in Saratoga County overall. We'll continue to make investments throughout the year in our services, as Darlene knows, as well as infrastructure. And this is part of that overall investment that we're going to continue to make throughout the years. It's also been based on requests of you here today, Liz especially, as was one of the trustees that approached us. But we've had riders and residents reach out to us about potential improvements at our stops. And then lastly, our ridership is growing. We want to build upon that growth. Ridership is now at roughly a little over 90% of what it was pre-pandemic. When you compare us to our peers, that's doing very well. Most transit authorities are of our size around 65 and 70. So being at 90 and growing in the last 6 months especially, we want to capitalize on that. We want to try to further grow ridership in the village. Next slide. So what is basically we're going to be talking about is the benefits are to put in bus shelters. And for those who don't know, I mean, one, it provides obviously a place for you to wait for the bus, but it's in a location that is more comfortable. You're in an enclosed environment. If it's raining, if it's snowing, you have protection for the elements, and your overall experience of waiting for the bus is improved. At the same time, we want to improve pedestrian safety, and those two things go hand in hand because we have to not only put the bus shelters in, but find a place for those bus shelters. As you guys know, the downtown, especially along Route 50, there's a limited amount of space. So we can't just plop a shelter anywhere because that would impact the pedestrian environment. So we need to provide more space, and that more space will actually, and I'll show in a second, be an improvement for pedestrians. And then lastly, whenever there's possible, we don't like to just put in concrete, just put in a bus shelter, but put in any landscaping that can fit in those areas and beautify the streetscape. Next slide. And so for those who don't know, the main route that runs through the village is the Route 450. It operates starting in Wilton in Saratoga and goes through the village along Route 50 all the way into Schenectady. It's the highest performing bus route in our system, not in our system, but in Saratoga County, and provides good connections for Ballston Spa to the rest of the capital region. The two highest boarding stops are at the existing stops that are at Route 50 at Washington and Malta Avenue. If you add them up throughout the day, it's about 100 trips per day. That equates to about 50 boardings per day, because obviously anybody gets on the bus, eventually it will be somebody who gets off the bus. So roughly 100 trips per day are produced just at this intersection, which again, for a village of this size and for the amount of services is quite a lot. Next slide. So the project components, we're going to be proposing 3 new bus shelters. 2 are going to be located at in and around that intersection. There's also going to be some minor improvements that we want to make outside of the village center that I'll touch on. Again, as I was saying before, we need to create the additional space to put these shelters. What you're seeing in yellow there is what I'm going to use the term bump out, sidewalk extension, curb extension. Just think of this as just widening the sidewalk area that then provides the space for the shelter, but at the same time reduces the width of the roadway and makes it easier for pedestrians to cross the street. So although I'm with CDTA, at the same time I am, and this is a transit project, it's at the same time a pedestrian enhancement. And as we're going to talk about, there's always trade-offs to that, right? And that's one thing for this group, for the village, to sort of juggle what are those improvements? Because again, that space is a limited amount of space. So putting in additional areas for bump outs and for shelters does have an impact on the on-street parking, which on a day like today is something that we have to seriously consider. So we're going to show you some different alternatives to think about that can sort of juggle those two competing demands. So next slide. So I'm going to go through 3 different options for the village center. At that point, I don't know, are we opening things up for questions, or is this just a?
If you would allow for questions, by all means, we'd love to have some from folks as at least a first blush impression.
Yeah.
The caveat, of course, as you said, is that this is preliminary, and so you want village input at some point, but it will get you at least a little bit going out the door, and then we'll figure out ways to enhance that input moving forward, if that's okay.
That works. So what I'll actually do to make this easier, I'll go through the entire PowerPoint and then open it up for questions. There's 3 different options that we have currently for downtown. The first you're seeing here is the location of the existing bus stops that I showed in the previous slide. Now we're just tilted the wrong way, but heading either northbound or southbound in the other direction. Puts in these curb extensions here. You can see the existing curb in this faint line here, so it's pushing the sidewalk out. That makes the roadway, the width of the roadway crossing reduced. It also, even though we had Brian from CHA run a turn analysis, this would still allow any truck traffic to make these turns, but at the same time make it so any traffic making these turns would have to do it a little bit slower, so make it better for pedestrians that combat traffic. So better for pedestrians, better for transit. Obviously, as I just talked about before, it does reclaim 3 on-street parking spaces. So that's part of the overall discussion we're going to have, not just obviously today in this group, but with those adjacent business owners, which is the key part.
Just for you and for Brian's notes, though, be aware that there is a firehouse on Washington, which is the other side of Malta, basically.
Yes.
So their turns could be impacted. I just want you to be aware of the existence of that firehouse.
Yes, and so that was the one thing when we went out with the other trustees and looked at it. So that's why those turning radiuses for whether it's a fire truck or whether it's any sort of delivery can still be made at these locations. So that's option 1. Option 2, which is in the next slide, would be what CDTA is saying is our preferred alternative. Obviously, our preferred alternative is what the village wants, is actually to move the stops up at Wilton and Front Street. One, that's a higher activity center, especially for pedestrians. It also is a 3-way intersection. What that means is the things we just talked about turning traffic become less of a consideration because there's actually less cars making turns that potentially could have conflicts with pedestrians. Now, what you're seeing here is the most extensive option. So all 4 corners of the intersection would get curb bump outs. And again, it's faint and hard to see, but here is the existing curb lines, and then the bump outs would be pushing the sidewalk out into the street. Again, The consideration we all have to make, and obviously this is feedback from those adjacent business owners, is the fact that to provide this high level of pedestrian enhancement, it does mean reclaiming 5 on-street parking spaces. So again, I'd love to say we're going to come here and make it better for everyone. But again, when it comes down to the real need here of pedestrian safety, this makes a substantial improvement for the village and creates an even more of a gateway to Front Street, which is your heart of the business district. The next slide is a alternative where there's a little less of the pedestrian improvement. Now the bump outs and the curb extensions occur at the 2 corners of the intersection where the bus shelters are. Again, having to put the bump outs at those locations, make room for the bus shelters. So the pedestrian enhancement is not as significant, but the reclaiming of parking spaces goes from 5 down to 2. So again, this is just to, as the mayor is saying, these are just concepts. We're just trying to get feedback. So we're showing many different alternatives. I'm sure we could be here all night and come up with thousands of different alternatives here. It's just to really start the discussion. We're probably going to get most questions on this, but I really quickly want to go to some other projects that are potentially going to happen. If you flip to the next slide, this again is just a concept, as the mayor had discussed with your potential crosswalk that may be a few blocks up the street. This is obviously dialogue with DOT, but the potential of putting a crosswalk and at least put in the bus shelter at the existing bench next to Doubleday Woods. Ridership isn't as high here, but the population is a senior community, and so those enhancements are much more needed for anyone who's waiting for the bus at that location. Again, anything that we're doing here has to be vetted, one by the village, but vetted by DOT and approved by DOT. But we have to start the public outreach process and get the thoughts beginning. One thing I forgot to mention to the group is this is CDTA's contribution to the region. So there's not going to be a situation where we come asking for anything but permission. So the design work CDTA is paying for, the construction work, everything that we're talking about today is going to be fully funded by CDTA, not be something that's put onto the village. Obviously, we need to know what we're building, so that's why we're here today. Next slide is just a minor change. Right now, for some reason, we have a bus stop that's mid-block. We're encouraging people to cross the roadway where there's not a crosswalk, a pedestrian push timer. So the ridership isn't as high to do any sort of large infrastructure changes, plus you have a parking lot there, so it'd be hard to do something. All we're proposing to do is just move that bus stop up to the actual crosswalk, where is the safest location for pedestrians to and transit riders to cross the street. Last slide, and then we'll go all the way back to the main topics, is what we're doing now is getting feedback from the trustees, from the public. We'll obviously have to speak with the adjacent businesses that are impacted, get that feedback, update the design, and hopefully have it be part of a DOT project that's happening, or it's going to be something that CDTA constructs ourselves. That's something we'll have to figure out in the future. It really comes down to how quickly we can get this feedback and do the design. So with that, if you go back to slide, let's pick slide 8. Yeah, in conclusion, that's why CDTA is here today. We're trying to both make transit improvements as well as pedestrian enhancements, and really we just love feedback from the group today. So I don't know if we want to start with the public or trustees.
I wouldn't mind going to the public. Let's stop share for 1 second because the way our audio sets up, you haven't been on video at all. So at least let folks put a face to the name. So we stop share. There you are. Get a little more height there. Sorry. Was not complaining on that. But thank you, Russ, for that. And also, are we promoting? Yes, let's promote. Brian is right. Brian Healy, yep, to panelists also from CHA, in case he wants to give any additional notes here. So Brian, give us 1 second. He'll be promoted to be able to talk. Trust me, it'll be great when it happens. Brian, are you with us?
Yes, I am.
Thank you. Thanks for joining us. And there's Brian. Okay.
I do.
Anything you want to add before we go to the audience here after Ross's presentation?
No, I think Ross covered everything very well.
Thank you. Okay, anybody in the crowd, and let's keep these brief again, because obviously it's conceptual, but we will take any written comments and pass them on to CDTA, and maybe even get a meeting together with respect to this concept later on if need be, if we're seeing a lot of different static, let's say, or something along those lines coming from it. So this is a good starting point to see general feelings. Anybody want to go first on this one? Ray, I saw some incredulous looks on your face during some of this, I'm not gonna lie.
I got friends from numbers. Sorry. Hi, Ray Otten, 16 Norfolk Avenue. You answered one of the questions I had, which was how many riders per day does the multi-avenue intersection on average? That's your average was 50 a day?
50 boardings and then actual trips is about 100. So the amount of
Right,
people
so
boarding,
50 people a
50,
day,
yeah.
and they're going to work, I assume. or something like that.
Mainly it's mainly going to work, or they could be coming into the village, or maybe it's job in the village, or going to businesses.
Right, if you do move that bus stop, do you feel that's going to affect your ridership at all? In a negative way?
No, not at all, no.
Okay.
If we do move it, and again, that's why we're showing different options, right? So we don't know, we'll get feedback from everybody, because they may remain where they are today. If we do move them, it would be similar. It's very close, the two intersections are very close to each other, and it is closer to the heart of any businesses that's in Front Street. But to be honest, either or would be.
So if it was to move the other direction by a similar distance, it wouldn't affect the ridership either, right?
Once you're getting away from the center, the further you get away from the center of the activity, it would affect the ridership. Yeah.
How do they get to work?
Hmm?
How would they get to work if they didn't take the bus? Or how would they get to the Ballston job if they didn't take the bus? You're saying they're not gonna ride the bus. So.
No, I didn't say that. I would say it would affect the rider. If you moved it away from the activity center, less people would ride. Yeah.
Right, that's what I'm saying. You're saying those people generally are going to a job or something like that. So how would they get to work if they didn't take the bus? They would buy a car because they have to walk another 100 feet. I'm just throwing it out at you, okay?
Ray, just to kind of compact that, I guess what you're saying is that you're concerned about that locationing.
I'm very concerned. I used to.
Yeah, that's the feedback. Because I know I've done this many times. So just feel free to say, I'm a business owner. I right next to there, I'm concerned with that location.
Ray used to be the director of community emergency corps, and so he's got an interesting
Between
perspective.
that and fire, I have a real concern with that intersection.
No problem.
Our streets, the biggest problem we have on Milton Avenue right now is traffic flow. It's not pedestrian crossings, is it then? Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't want to interrupt the conversation.
Take all our.
It may. I have
There's
questions.
a lot of people who want to talk,
Well, that's good. We're all here. And
so we should give time for everybody.
So sorry, your issue was at the Milton Ave.
Milton Avenue and Walt Avenue and Milton and Front Street are the two narrowest intersections in our village. Now we're talking about making them narrower. I don't see how that's going to improve traffic flow in this village for how many thousands of cars that go through here a day.
And that's
I don't see how that works.
Yeah, and that's the overall discussion for the village to have amongst themselves is it something you want to accommodate vehicular traffic, or you want to accommodate pedestrian traffic? Not for CDTA to get in the middle of that discussion,
Right.
But once we're given that prioritization and feedback, obviously then we'll make decisions.
Because we do have a very, very excellent safety record for pedestrians. So I don't see that as a huge concern. What about other spots for the shelters? Like Van Buren, up in front of Aldi's, across the street from there, up where that current shelter or the current bus stop is, like Cunningham's. If that was to stay there, would they get a shelter there? And across the street from Cunningham's, where there currently is a bus stop, you didn't say anything about
Mostly it's based on the level of ridership. So we will always be open to adding more bus shelters. There's no doubt about that. But obviously we have to get approval and buy-in on putting bus shelters where there's the highest amount of ridership first, before we put them at other locations. But yeah, no, the other locations can be options.
Again, the biggest concern was taking a hook and ladder truck from the fire department, trying to make that turn with the road even narrower now. I don't see how that's going to help safety in the village. And once you do the build outs on Front Street, even the smaller ones that we were talking about, to make those turns from coming up Milton Avenue or coming down Milton Avenue going south, to make a right on the Front Street with this, how long is it, 70 foot? 75 foot fire truck, it's gonna be really tough.
I think,
And having driven ambulances through this
Yeah.
village, it's super tough. And
Yeah.
now you're gonna narrow the streets down. That's a concern for me.
yeah, and that's the reason we have an engineer and why we would definitely map this out. We could even do test runs and demo programs. We've done this many times where you actually block off the area that would be where the bump out is, block it off, have it sit there for a week or so. It's a good demo project to see, okay, what is the actual, don't just rely on, no, Brian's great. Don't just rely on Brian and CHA's engineering CAD drawings, but actually go out there and see what it's like. Bring a hook and ladder out, see how the turn works, and then make adjustments from there.
We can't see Brian's hands, but he's taking diligent notes there, I can tell, so he's taking this down.
One of the things you said several times was reclaim parking. Again, maybe the second biggest problem to traffic flow is parking in our downtown area. You said something about we would have to reclaim 5 spots or 3 spots. What does that mean, reclaim?
It would change it from on-street parking to pedestrian. So the parking would be those.
So you would just lose that parking.
You would lose that
So
parking.
the businesses on Milton Avenue, where the barber shop and restaurants and that are, they lose 5 parking spaces.
And again, this is, you're
No,
if you're looking at me, it's more of a look to your neighbors and say, are we ones who want to build and try to support more vehicular traffic or existing vehicular traffic? Or do we want to be one that's more pedestrian oriented? Again, not CDTA's call on that
Oh,
one.
no,
It's
I'm just asking what that meant.
Once we get that feedback.
Great, thank you for that feedback, appreciate that. Judy, I see your hand up.
Yeah, pardon my, I don't know, unqualifications or whatever, but if you're taking parking spots and bumping out, that's not gonna help traffic flow. But if you were to take the parking spots and make that a lane for pullover of the buses, then traffic can still flow past the parked bus, which they can't now at those 2.
Yeah.
With the caveat though, that bus would
So
have to get right glued to the curb, because I was actually thinking about this earlier, and I got behind one of your 450s on the way here tonight, and this was up by McDonald's, which obviously doesn't have a lane for parking, but has a shoulder. And I was forced about 5 feet into the median to go around the bus, which would tell me that a car, unless that bus really attached that curb on these narrow streets, would have to go across the double line, hoping that there's no traffic coming the other way to get around them in that situation. So it would be a little bit of a challenge, even with the pump out being utilized for bus parking, temporary parking, to get around. Just a thought there on that.
Yeah, and again, what you're bringing up is a very similar thing that this gentleman brought up, which is, yes, this project will currently make the pedestrian environment better. It is not a project, because obviously we're the transit authority and cars are not what we're looking to necessarily enhance. So if this is a CDTA transit ped-oriented project, we're willing to be blunt, to take our design money and construction money to make these improvements in your village. Feel free. If what you want to do is make it improve the situation for vehicular traffic and for parking, we're probably not the ones to be speaking with about it. But you're right. We would still be parking stopping in the lane to pick up and drop off passengers. Just keep in mind, anytime that happens, the bus comes maybe every 30 minutes to 40 minutes, maybe a few seconds at a time, and someone jumps off and gets on. So the actual amount of vehicular delay is minimal when you look at the whole system. But I can understand when you're behind the car, then they're behind the bus. And they start.
And I got to point out one other thing too, that just from during COVID, I was over at Nomad, which is right near the barber shop. Quite often would be sitting in the front window, be able to watch the bus situation. And daytime ridership seems to utilize the bicycle addition removal scenario more often than other times of day. And that ends up being a 90 to 120 second process from my own watching of that. Because I was always curious, why does traffic queue up the hill as much as it does at certain times of day? And realistically, when you lose 2 to 3 light cycles on Malta Avenue, Milton Avenue there, that's what's happening there. So it's not a basic 23 second, I think you said the average was scenario during the day.
Roughly 20%.
On average.
In the case of daytime, I think what we're seeing is that it's not the average playing out, and that's when we have the most need for it to kind of drop, go, and it's not necessarily working out that way for us. Yes, back there, I'm sorry.
Sorry, Jen, so I am a frequent, not so much since I moved up here, but I was a frequent visitor of Ballston Spa before I moved up here via the lovely CDTA system, so I'm rather familiar with it. And while I would think that any improvement in the shelter situation would be great, because there's nothing worse than getting caught in the rain in the bus and having to, then get on the bus soggy, and it just makes your day just that much worse. But I would say that there's also a safety concern, because the way it is currently, we need some sort of bench or something, because people are sitting on the curb and then they go into the street. And like I've seen children, like their parents are, getting them off the bus, and all of a sudden I've seen a child like dart across the way, and it's like, holy cow, there's nothing to, mind you, that's a rare occurrence, but we need something to improve it, because the way it is now, I am very concerned that somebody will have a tragic scenario because there's a large ridership of younger than 18s.
Let me just ask for a name and address so we can get.
51 Russell Street, Jennifer Anderson's.
Got that okay? Thank you. Thank you very much. Darlene.
Hi, I'm Darlene McGraw. I live at 4 North Point in the town of Half Moon. I am a quote unquote frequent rider of CDCA. I got here via a friend and I'm taking an Uber back to Half Moon. You'd think I'm freaking crazy, but I already know I'm crazy.
We love you though, Darlene.
I
You're
have
not
gotten
crazy.
called by others as Miss I Ride because people think I seem to work for CDTA, which I do not. I would take a job as a travel trainer, but I did not get the position. That being said, when I lived in Saratoga Springs, taking that ride back and forth to SUNY Schenectady, when I went there, it was a very hard trip because it took like an hour sometimes to get from one end of the trip to the other. And I got hungry, I had to get up, go to the bathroom, move my legs, and that bus ride got really boring after a while. And I'm like, I'm hungry, let's get the heck off, get off. And I came here. Malta Ave was like that 50% of the ride. So I got off and I'm like, oh man, now I went out, now I'm like, what the heck am I doing?
And I ran into you at Nomad all the time.
Oh, here's this cool village.
Yep.
The heart of the village is right here. Everything is right here. But then you gotta wait for the bus. Sometimes I don't wanna like pick on CDTA, but sometimes it can seem like forever, 45 minutes, almost an hour at times, especially on Sundays. And the other thing is, I'm not speaking on behalf of the laundromat, but I think the laundromat and a couple other businesses are really do not want people waiting in their businesses when people that ride the bus that don't have money, that don't belong in their businesses, to just hang out there. So I'm sure if the village and CDTA spoke with these people, do you want this? How do you want this? Because I think that would be a good idea to speak with these businesses, and also CDTA, you guys, to speak with the county. We do have a large amount of county workers that go up and down through the village, and people that can't even get to and from social services. And this is a little hot spot where people wait to get to and from. There's no bus to and from social services anymore. There's people who live right near social services that have people wandering near and on by their property. So these are different things that need to be taken into consideration, and access to our government services that are an ADA thing. It's the law. Access to program services and activities. And CDTA is trying to help. I'm not rooting for anybody on one half or the other. I agree with some things and disagree with some things. I'm a bicyclist, I'm a pedestrian, I'm a bus rider, I ride Uber, I ride with people when I'm in their cars. I just don't drive a vehicle. But I'm here for you if you need me.
Actually, you lead to a good question, I thought of earlier as well, and I forgot to ask you. When we're talking about bus shelters, what are we talking about in terms of the businesses that might get blocked in terms of facade from bus shelter type situation? Are they low profile, high profile? What are they in this day and age that you're looking to install, I guess? Is the question.
They're 5 by 10 feet, glass bus shelters.
That's all.
How tall?
This is the other one, right?
I can
Barely.
I can fit it.
So it's probably 78 foot tall. It's barely.
Gina.
Gina Morosi, 10 Old Glory Lane. You don't live here, do you?
No, okay.
No, no. So you haven't driven down Route 50 there?
Oh, no, we've seen it.
Okay.
I think what's gonna be good here is we're probably looking like we're not doing the project, is from what we're hearing. So please keep.
I would not judge that. I would not jump to that. You're hearing from a few very vocal people, and we have more people who are going to talk here.
In other words, you're saying our opinions really don't matter.
No, that's what it's. I'm making sure that.
So yes, you should hear for everyone,
Yeah.
including the business owners, because parking is at a premium in this village. And the other thing I'm gonna really encourage you to do is talk to your fire departments here, the fire department, because if you're gonna do bump outs in police, when traffic is backed up, now you have a bump out, you have 2 lanes of traffic, you have no access for emergency vehicles.
I mean, I don't know how.
So I'm just
I don't know,
saying,
Brian,
be
you-
sure to
Yeah.
talk to
Oh,
your
Brian, yeah.
emergency service.
Yeah. I mean, you got a parking lane where you have parked cars, so you still have 2 lanes of traffic. The bump outs, we did design them in a fashion. We did do what we call an auto turn, where we turn a fire truck to see what its impacts are. And while it is tight, they can make the turn. We can always look at, maybe lessening them a little bit. Right now, we have a 7-foot bump out. Maybe we go to a 6-foot bump out. There's definitely some tweaks that can be made as we get through final design.
No, I'm not talking about turning now, I'm talking about passing through. Okay, because sometimes when you have parked cars, the traffic can still move over to form a lane in the center, but when you have immovable bump outs,
Yeah.
you don't have that option. I'm married to a firefighter, I encourage you, please talk to your fire department.
So I think the key thing that Brian's trying to say is that a parked car where someone's gone into a business or into a restaurant, where the bump outs would be is where that parked car is. So if no one's actually in the car because they parked it and left, that's also an immovable object. So that's what we're saying, is there's no actual impact to the travel lanes themselves.
I was just going to say, we're going to relieve Greg Teresi and give him his life back tonight. So Greg, you're free to go, because I see Carla Bittner has joined us, and we'll make her the village attorney panelist at this point. So Greg, have a great night.
And I know we have some more comments, but again, it's this whole overall debate, because this is not the first, every time we go to the community, try to do something, somebody says you're gonna reduce traffic, everything's gonna shut down, we must have the parking. Then at the same time, we hear people who want enhanced pedestrian environments, improvements in transit. For us, it's really just, where do we go from here, which is good that we have time to talk to people. The tough part is, I know you do have a full meeting.
Yeah, and I'm going to kind of impose a 60-second rule here, just general thoughts for those remaining thoughts. And again, I encourage written comments to those that don't get to fully express what they have to say at this point. And then we can also get a meeting with Russ and Brian as well down the line.
And certainly we want to make time tonight while you're here for you to hear from trustees. I think that's very important.
I'd rather hear from the public at this point. We can talk.
Mark, again, 1 minute on the honor system. Thank you.
Mark Leck, 10 Thompson Street. Would the CDTA be willing to build, because you are taking away parking things and you are concerned about the community level and all that stuff, would be willing to help us build a parking structure?
Sorry, I can tell you right there, that wouldn't be.
That's a hard no, it looks like.
The one thing we can look into is, I don't know, there may be half a block down somewhere else,
Yeah, that's
a space that, oh, you just put in a little more asphalt, you make another parking space. So if there's creative options to find alternative parking spaces, and sometimes we do this, we kind of swap them. Now, the one where we got rid of 5, I doubt we're gonna magically find 5 parking spaces in the village. But yes, no to the parking problem. Yes to the idea of if there's somewhere else where we can do a little infrastructure. Yes, we're open to that.
Natasha,
We just don't know where that.
Natasha had her hand up on Zoom, I think.
I know, that's why I drove here.
And she drove here to ask her question. I'm like, wait, her hand's out. Wait, she's here.
Hi, I'm Natasha Pernica. I haven't done this before, so you say where you live?
Yes.
Hyde Boulevard. So first of all, I want to thank CDTA because public transportation is a huge asset to this community. People can't get to jobs, they can't get to transportation for other services or education, continuing education. So I think it's great that you're trying to improve the public transportation community. I have 3 children. We walk a lot downtown. That's one of the reasons we live here. And so first and foremost, I would say public safety is for pedestrians because this is a very unique community. And number 2, I would say, where do the people who utilize, like where are the bus riders here? They're the ones who that will really protect from the weather. We live in upstate New York. It's like, those are the people that we need to protect because they use this as transportation. So those would be my top 2 priorities is improving the pedestrian safety, especially because I have 3 kids and they're walking around down here. And number 2 is for the actual riders to utilize it as their form of transportation in a way that helps them save their time and protects them from the elements. Thank you.
Well, thanks for coming down to share that. We're gonna go to Christine
Hey,
next.
there. No, I'm just.
Run while you can.
I'm Christine Fitzpatrick, 31 Chapman Street, and I am a lifetime public transportation user. I began using the public transportation growing up in New York City at the age of 13. I have commuted to school. I commuted to 40 years of work, and I, on average, use CDTA 2 to 3 times a week now. I also, the stop that I use is at the corner of Malta and Milton. I talk to a lot of the people there because, they're my peeps. I travel with them back and forth. They are, for the most part, people who they're working. And there are also people like myself who have a physical limitation, which keeps them from driving a car. I want to thank you very much for this very thorough job. I also think, I can attest from my own personal experience as a very regular commuter that these stops at Milton and Malta Washington and Malta are very heavily utilized. I've used throughout, because I worked in downtown Albany and also went to doctor's appointments in downtown Albany. I have used a large part of your system, not just the 450. So I know a utilized space when I see it. I would say that of all of your plans, that the one which puts the bump out on the one corner of Front Street and then across the street on Milton Avenue and only takes up two spots is probably the best. You're not, you're not moving the people who use the spot at Malta and Washington. Most of them live right within this 2-block area. You are absolutely right. If you moved it up by Aldi's or someplace else, they would have a much more difficult time. I live on Chapman Street, which I had probably one of the longest walks. So if you move it, the other problem, I think this is good. This is a good plan. It only uses 2 spots. The other problem, if you move it, you have to realize if you moved it further up towards the high street or put it at the high street, that is a hill. Take it from me, because I took the NX bus for years, 6:30 in the morning in February, walking up that hill in a snowstorm. It's not pleasant. The other thing is coming down, I myself, and I'm a fit person. I'm also a very careful person. We have a problem in Ballston Spa where we don't necessarily clear our sidewalks very well, and we also have a problem with enforcement. I personally fell twice. Now, granted, that's over the course of 30 years, but still, I fell twice because of snow or ice walking up or down that hill. So I think putting the stop at, putting these bump outs where you're only using you're taking up 2 parking spots is probably the right thing. I think I support what Darlene was saying also, that these businesses might like to have, not like people going into them, in the wintertime. I myself in inclement weather have done that myself, waiting for the bus. And also I support what Darlene says. I'd love to see CBTA put back the 451 because right now, and I mention this all the time to CBTA people, I write to them, I'm sure it's annoying, I'm sorry. But right now you have the Department of Social Services and you have people who probably don't have a car or are themselves disabled, which is why they're using social services, and they can't get there because the 415 doesn't come to Ballston Spa.
So to jump on that, thank you so much for your comments. Thank you for everybody's comments. Quick response to that I forgot to mention to the group is part of this being a continuing investment is very likely come August or September, we're going to add a little bit more service to the 450 because Riders is doing so well. What we will very likely return is, remember, I love that I said, remember the 50, there was deviations on it that went to DSS. So the new trips that we add, some of them will go to DSS. So now people don't have to walk all that.
Is CDT is a star, the special, more personalized version?
Yeah.
Is that an option for those that need to get social services?
If you're star eligible, paratransit, which is what the star, which Arlene's no.
Not for everybody.
But exactly, it's not everybody is eligible because you have to have a disability. But again, what we're trying to do is potentially add some trips that go to the DSS.
Again, speed round here. Who else? Jared?
Yeah, just real quickly, I love the idea of bump outs. I think pedestrian safety is critical to me as well as speaker who joined us here for a moment. Whether it's the bump outs at Malta Ave in Washington or the bump outs at Front Street, I'm just curious, recognizing you don't anticipate impact to ridership, are there people who are transferring and would have a different walk that they need to make?
I mean, part of this is talking to riders. The transfers, because there's no longer a 451, it's just the 450.
Okay.
And even with this deviation, if we part, now we're going to get deep into like service planning here, which we don't need to, but no, there wouldn't be any transfers there, so that in fact would exist.
Thanks.
I see Keith has his hand up on Zoom. We'll go to there real quick. Again, Keith, just on the honor system, about a minute. If you can keep it there.
Keith Lewis, 38 East High Street. I do that drive. Unfortunately, I haven't taken CDTA, but I do the drive through Village on Milton, going south and coming north. I always look at what is delaying the traffic. It seems to me that the left turn onto Front Street delays the traffic quite a lot. So a build out where the bus is going to actually take up a little bit and possibly delay the northbound traffic for the 60 seconds would allow those people to turn left, because I've often thought we should probably have a left turn signal. And then at Washington as well in Cumberland Farms, the delay going through the Village is the left-hand turn, people going into Front Street, going into Cumberland Farms, going into Washington. And I also can tell you, I pass the bus, I come up on the bus quite regularly, and I do not find that the bus is allowing cars to go by because there's usually cars parked in the area where the bus tries to pull over. So I find that currently, I think if you were to track this, if you were to track it and you were to take a consensus, you would find that currently those buses are holding traffic. So it would not be an adjustment there. And that bump out at Front Street would actually increase traffic flow because it would allow the people left turning onto Front to make the left turn while the bus is parked. Thanks.
And thank you for that. Real quick response, thank you for that, is to make sure that what he said is true. Again, because the bus cannot get over now, the designs we're showing wouldn't make it worse than it is today.
Right. I think the concern that was being expressed in the crowd is the other 30 minutes of the day when it's not a CDTA bus, when it's general traffic in both directions going. Normally, what the law suggests is that the car that wants to turn left is supposed to go minorly into the intersection to allow for a car to get around, because we do have no parking spaces to allow at least some workaround on that, and putting the bump outs would remove that ability. I think that was what was being expressed by those here. So I get what you're saying, absolutely. Regardless, the bus is going to be disabling the ability to get around or make the left turn, whatever, but it's the other people making the lefts that are the issue ultimately.
Yeah, I would add that I think before any of this is done, we really need to have an operational capacity analysis, because currently a lot of times the way both intersections work is that there's like a de facto left, but people usually have enough egress to get around. And you would need that minimum width to allow that to happen, because if they couldn't get around the left, then it would significantly increase delay.
Creighton Manning had done a pretty full-on study on those intersections back in, I want to say 2014, 2015. While that may be somewhat old data, not completely old data, but it might be good to go back and see what they have. They may have updated it since then as well.
And the one thing I'd really highlight, even though it seems like you're going back to the old ways of doing things, but what we found is very, very useful is we mark out the areas that would have bump outs, have it sit there, and then everybody for a week or whatever amount of time, this is DOTS to approve this, obviously, we just monitor it. And so we may end up finding out that, wow, there are really big traffic problems here, or no, this flows well. It's the best way for just the community. I mean, I've done it many times. You get a cup of coffee, it's actually what so I have been watching the traffic around here. So getting a cup of coffee and watching it. But you can actually watch the impacts to the traffic. And we really want to do that beforehand. Again, Brian, we love you. Your designs are great. But until we have something that's a little more real world that we all feel comfortable with.
Yep. Yeah, I would support that. See how it works. I'm a strong supporter of pedestrian safety and also mass transit system. There's a huge percentage of people who don't drive. Do you know what it is? It's a 30%. It's some large percentage in general.
In general, it's about
yeah. So there's a lot of 1 out of 3 people don't drive, and they need to be able to get around. They need to be have access to the community and other communities around us. I think having good bus transit is good for our economy. And I think it's the humane thing to do, because people don't have cars. They deserve shelter when they're waiting. They shouldn't have to be in the cold and wet when they're waiting for a bus. And I think we can do some minimal things that may have some small to moderate impact on some driving here. It's already bad. And I'm not going to say it's going to get better, but it's something that we need. I feel we need to support, because it's important for the people who need that transportation. Of these versions, I would support version 2 above the others, again, because it reduces the fewest parking spaces. One of the parking spaces on Front Street is very unsafe right now. It's right on a corner there, and when you try to pull out or pull in, you're just asking for an accident on that corner, trying to pull out of that parking space. So I think it's just as well. It's handicap spot. So anyway, so I support.
We would just.
Yeah, I support your efforts.
I know. Don't worry. We're just to be very clear for everyone who's really apprehensive about for anyone who's really apprehensive about this, totally understandable. And I just want to make sure everybody does know that we will take this really to think about. One is, how do we offset the parking? Two is test these turns to make sure there aren't traffic impacts. And again, these are just concepts. I'm sure after I leave, there'll be even more discussion about this, which is great.
And well, I wanted to, Brian, if you want to go ahead, it sounded like you want to say something. Go ahead.
No, I was just laughing at what's going on. The one thing I will.
I thought you were done. I'm sorry.
No, that's all right. The Doubleday Woods crosswalk, in theory, is great. We actually looked at that where you guys were involved even.
Site visibility.
But yeah, there's a curve
Yeah.
south of there that we thought was very, very dangerous.
That's the one that the last two were the big babies. It was more of, Liz had said, hey, CDA, is there something you could do? We went out and looked at the main site, and then we're saying, well, since we're out here, what other things can we do?
There's a bench already there, so obviously you can shelter the bench.
The shelter is
there.
easy.
Yeah, so by all means, I think that's the easy one, as you said.
The bench would remain.
Thank you very much for working with us on this.
Ross, here's my thought overall. Why don't you and Brian decide where you want to go with this yourselves in terms of next steps? Be in touch with me, and we can definitely form maybe a Zoom session with you guys and get more community members, give you additional feedback, because obviously you're just getting a small sampling today of folks and their views. But I think the more, the better, just overall for us, for you, for Brian. And then we can begin to work on, where we can go with this ultimately. Everybody think that's a good idea? I'm seeing a couple head nods in the back.
We can have a public meeting, same type of thing on Zoom, but also get a table out, lay it out, start talking about it in more depth. Because I have definitely taken up a lot of your meeting.
It's been worth it though, but we appreciate that.
I think this is worth taking the time, and very much like the idea of doing a trial, because people have perceptions, and then sometimes reality isn't what people's perception is, and it might be worse, it might be better. And I think that's a no-risk way to take a look at this, see the impacts, but I think we do have to keep in mind that we have a high percentage of low and moderate income individuals, and many of them do not drive and take the bus, and we need to serve those people too.
Ross, Brian, thank you so much for your time and your effort on this, and we will definitely be in touch with you. Thank you. Carla, you missed our congratulations to you and your children on their honors tonight. Welcome back to our meeting here.
Well, thank you, and I do appreciate it. That board meeting wasn't nearly as entertaining as yours. That was a very dull one.
Watch what you wish for.
I did think you'd be a lot further along than 7, though. So.
Well, let's go to number 8 then. 8A, what's hallowed, Liz?
Yes, basically, the reason for this on the agenda was that I wanted to know what the status of the Woods Hollow purchase. As we know, Milton approved purchasing it. And Carla did write on some comments, twofold strategy, working with parks and preparing documents from submission to the state, since it appears we need the assembly to approve this sale before it can go through. And then she's also working with Attorney Craig on the seeker and drafting of a contract, nothing prepared for board to review as of yet. My concern is this, since the legislature just adjourned and may not reconvene until January, this is a major delay in getting, and selling this property and having access to the funds. The other impact, since part of the negotiations was for Milton to form a water district of more than one, was part of this. My question is that also delayed, which has a major impact on our ability to get grants, because that's one of the sticking points that LaBerge has told us, that we are likely, if we apply this year, and it's, grants are due end of next month, that we will not get grant money because of this issue, as well as some other issues, but this is a major issue. So,
To answer your questions, before we forget those questions you're asking first, number one, the preference for Milton, I believe, Carla, was to go contract first, then submit it to the legislature to make sure that everybody was locked in before we got the legislation approved. Was that accurate?
We were going to do it at the same time. The problem is going to the state was never going to make it in this legislative session. I'm sure Bernadette could probably appreciate that. It's at least a 4 to 6 month process for us to get it all to the state, to work with parks. There's a whole process involved. So we were never making this legislative session anyway. So as far as the delay, once it was determined that we had to go and get state legislation to allow us to convey the property, that it hasn't delayed us any more than originally we were going to, once we had to go to the state.
Financial impact wise, I think we only budgeted a limited amount of this. The rest was going to go into reserve fund anyway. So we're just waiting on reserve fund for most of that. And we're fine in terms of coverage with our fund balance on whatever we're spending. The final thing you're asking about water districts, they are moving forward with water districts. However, that's going to be a 6 month process most likely. And that is not the only thing that is stopping our grant viability. Don Rhodes sent a pretty lengthy email as to other things going on with respect to that. So they are working toward it though in good faith. Delaware Engineering's been asked to do that work at a cost, I think, of $60,000 to the town of Milton for that work. So they are moving forward with it, as I said, in good faith.
so originally that was going to get done by June.
Well, you kind of dragged your feet on approval in the first place, so they weren't going to start in earnest until they knew it was going to move forward. So,
Well, I mean, it was normally forming water districts wouldn't be part of a sale. That was frankly your idea to add something to this transaction, which now is going to get delayed.
would you prefer not having water districts done at all? Because that was the other option ultimately, and then the conundrum that comes from that. So,
well, in other words, they wouldn't do water districts without us selling.
No, they said they would.
Yeah, they would. Yeah.
It was
Okay.
fast track.
Also,
But
Carla,
Bernadette,
in your-
there a session in September? Sorry to interrupt.
We're out of session. There might be a likelihood of us coming back maybe this month for New York City related items about being able to control their traffic speeds. I think that was one of the sticking points, but to Carla's point, it takes time to get a local bill through, and we would not been able to get this done in time. I don't believe we're coming back in September as far as I know.
No, Carla, you had mentioned in an earlier email that there are ways to creatively avoid going to legislature. Could you give us any update? Did that not pan out?
The town of Milton was not interested in going any of those routes. It would be like a revocable license, because then it wouldn't be considered a conveyance under the real property law and the executive law. I broached that with Attorney Craig, and he broached it with the supervisor, I believe. And he indicated they were not interested in changing the terms.
Liz.
This was, sorry, one more question about this. Are we working, or should we be working now on the conservation easement part of it, which is like the last sort of undefined, partially undefined piece?
We need to get the contract first. Once the contract is done, then we can we'll work in the conservation easement second. But the contract and the home rule are going at the same time. And then we'll deal with the conservation easement after the contract.
All right, we don't need to know what the conservation easement is in order to have an informed decision on a contract.
The contract's going to have the terms of the conservation easement, at least in principle, correct?
Right, it's going to be, the conservation easement is a completely separate document. And the conservation easement may actually be informed by what Albany wants us to do and wants us to have in the law, and what Parks wants us to have in the law. So we can't actually draft the full conservation easement without talking to all of those agencies.
Okay, thank you. Sidewalk code, Liz.
Basically just bringing up the fact, based on the last discussion we had on sidewalks and information that we received, that we are able to look at a assessment similar to the way you pay your water bills. It's a separate, not a tax, but a fee assessment of course, when you lay out money, it's like a tax, but it isn't called a tax. And we've gotten some materials, description of that. And I think we need a special session to discuss this option, because there seemed to be a fair amount of support for spreading the cost of sidewalks amongst everybody, since I think everybody basically walks on sidewalks. And, having the village take it over and be able to pinpoint where, the sidewalks need work first, and take it out of the hands of residents where it's going to be piecemeal and it's going to require a lot of effort in enforcement.
Well, as we requested, could you please get you had provided a summary of the conversation you had with Wade Beltramo at NICOM with respect to questions you had on this topic. And we'd asked if he could maybe get his answers in writing from the horse's mouth instead of trying to convey the game of telephone in that situation. If you could get him to provide the responses in writing, then we would have a basis to set the meeting that you want to have, et cetera. So I haven't seen any action taken in that direction. I did not have the original conversation with him, so I don't feel comfortable being the one to ask him to do that necessarily.
I suppose if it's the only way we're going to get a special meeting, I would be happy.
It just gives us the information, again, from the
But-
source's mouth in that situation.
It's not the only way to get a special meeting. But obviously, it's nice to have written comments from Wade, but he's too busy to do that. The summary is second best. And I also would support that exploring that approach, because it became very obvious when we talked about adding a requirement that people who don't have sidewalks be required to put them in. That cost became a very important concern. And I think that issue is there right now implicitly, one way or the other, with the lack of enforcement. And so I think the current model, as everyone acknowledges, has failed. And there has been historically no enforcement or not enough. The way to actually fix the sidewalk network, I think, is for us to potentially take that over. It does require more conversation, exploration. I'm not willing to just say yes for sure, but I think a special meeting to discuss that further would be helpful.
Well, again, keep in mind, our insurer actually uses us as the example of liability protection for sidewalks.
Yeah, I would say, we need probably a special meeting to move forward, either depending on which direction we take with the new information. I think, Liz, the easiest way to make that easy is I've mentioned, trying to collaborate with the board before the meeting, is just simply send your transcript of the summary to Wade and just have him verify that you have an accurate representation of the conversation you had.
That's a good idea.
And also, I think I do understand that obviously if the village does take on the responsibility of maintenance of the sidewalks from a structural point of view, that could potentially increase our liability. However, it seems that it was clearly stated that that's probably not a significant reason not to endanger the public by forcing them out the roadway by leaving sidewalk gaps. I think we have a far greater public safety issue there. And given the fact that we're still covered basically as long as we try to do something about sidewalk condition in a reasonable fashion, that there's really no liability anyways.
So I've been trying to jump in for a little bit. So reason why I asked for written comments directly from Wade is because, your summary, thank you. I appreciate that you did that. But what my question was, are we missing some nuance from his comments? That I think not just yes, this is a good summary. I'd like some more detail from Wade. So that's why I was asked for in the first, when was that first email sent?
A couple weeks ago, I think.
Yeah, so I mean, we I think if he needs a little time, so be it, but certainly written comments, again, because there's this constant, we go to Wade, somebody goes to Wade, and there's a conversation. again, appreciated that he did it, but I did ask for a little bit more detail. Or just at least, understanding if there's any missed nuance. So I think, again, discussion, it's easy to throw around the word assessment because it's not technically a tax, of course, but it is increasing costs for our residents, and any consideration of that really must be taken seriously, and some sort of analysis, some sort of idea of how much that's going to cost people. I don't think we're there yet, and I think to throw this around to residents is just, we got to do a lot of legwork before we even get there. So
the usage of the term eminent domain has me especially concerned. I think that's something that should be saved for the only most extreme options in the community, or extreme needs in the community. And eminent domain is something that I'm watching right now with CHPE that's happening on some people's properties in Kayleen. And that is horrifying, getting a meeting together with CHPE in the town of Ballston and those neighbors, because they are not feeling very good about how it's playing out with their backyards being taken over to a certain degree by CHPE for the underground electricity wire. And so I don't encourage the usage of eminent domain for something like this, but that's just me.
Yeah.
Encourage the use of the eminent domain.
Said at the last meeting.
No, it depends. We don't know how many sidewalks or potential sidewalks
You
are
asked Wade
not,
about it according to your question.
no, are not in the right of way. We need to determine that. Yes, if there is the place for a sidewalk and it is in somebody's property, yeah, we have to deal with it. But I don't believe that's the case in the majority of when they laid this place out, they laid it out with sidewalk.
Ben's across the street neighbors on Ballston Avenue have power poles in the right of way that would not allow for a sidewalk to be utilized there. So of course, the sidewalk is going to be outside the right of way. And I can't see them wanting part of their porch basically being a sidewalk in those situations. And that's where you have to probably use eminent domain. If it is so easy to sidewalk built, go talk to Eric Connolly and ask him why he can't get one on the other side of Ballston Avenue to help that crosswalk situation at the high school. Because I'm going to tell you, he has no options there, or very few. Talked with Joe Whalen about it. It's the same problem ultimately. And eminent domain, again, is that consideration and that thing that you basically shy away from immediately because of the implications of doing it to somebody. And I think, I'm sorry, Sean, you got your son.
Yeah, so the situation you just brought up with power poles. So the power poles are guests in our right of way. So we can decide if they have to move them. So we can tell them to move them. And if we have 4-foot clearance on the sidewalk alongside the edge, then we can put it in a sidewalk. Now, if the utility pole won't fit in with the right of way, then obviously that becomes an issue. Eminent domain obviously was brought up as an absolute last resort. First of all, we would define whether or not we have right of way. If we have right of way, then there's no more discussion. So we can put a sidewalk in our right of way. My biggest issue here is that I think, again, we're trying to make, let the perfect be the enemy of the good here. Most people, particularly if you say, well, you're only going to have to pay 100 or so a year versus, well, now you're going to have to pay thousands, are going to probably take the former option. And I think we need to explore that. I'm not really sold one way or the other per se, but I will know that the one thing I'm sold on is we need to have sidewalk continuity. And we shouldn't be pushing pedestrians out into the street, particularly children going to school, because we don't want to explore the idea whether we have right of way, or if the person would simply say, you know what, I'm willing to give you an easement because it's in the interest of the public good.
Listen, I've heard the horror stories of even trying to get the sidewalk to Thomas in the town of Ballston, and they still have issues with those good-hearted neighbors that say hell no to giving up their property for easement. You think it's so easy. It just doesn't happen like that. I just want to say, I see hand out. We're going to try to wait for public comment for most of this, so if you could hold off until that, we appreciate it in that. But excuse, please don't cut me off. I think my biggest concern ultimately, and I said it last time, is that we put $50,000 aside for reimbursement increases for sidewalks being replaced or improved in this village. We seem to be reneging on that. My question ultimately becomes, what are we going to do here? Because we have $50,000 earmarked right now. And so do we give back a tax refund? Do we go and do what we're supposed to do and give a reimbursement increase, at least in the meantime? Because Carla, if you could, I mean, what to go this route, what would the timing be between the law, the new taxation change that you'd have to do, possibly a fee change, et cetera? What would it take time-wise to do it?
Well, you'd have to change the law that we just changed, or that we were in the process of changing. Most of the stuff that we put in that law would have to come out. So it's taken a year to get to this point. So I can't imagine that this board would be able to get it done in less than 6 months.
So that's within the budget year.
And we could clearly use that
It's within the
50,000
budget year.
to fix sidewalks that are impacted by trees. which
Well, what
we
about
said
right
we
now,
would
Liz?
take.
Nobody's fixing their sidewalk right now, anticipating a higher reimbursement amount. So now we have a conundrum here in that respect. Why aren't we approving at least what we set out to approve? And Ben, you were with us on this back when, at the very least, phase one, increase the reimbursement.
Right, well, if we were sticking with our current model, we definitely should. I guess what was revealed to me was when the rubber hits the road, the resistance to paying both enforcing and insisting on a cohesive sidewalk network, and the understandable resistance to paying what that costs on an individual level. And so, for example, that we would not require people to put in sidewalks who don't have them because of the financial impact on them, to me, just highlighted the lack of ability of our current model to actually do what we want it to do, which is create a cohesive, connected network. So of course, way back when, I was interested in this other model where we all collectively put in a small amount and then the village does this. So that's not a new position for me. I do think that we do need to explore the implications, the liability and everything else, and do it carefully. But I'm interested in this model as a superior model potentially than what we have now, which is clearly let most of our sidewalks go to disrepair.
Could you define a small amount?
Well, we'd have to figure that out.
So it may not be a small amount?
Well, it'd be much smaller than anyone individually would have to pay to repair, replace, or install a sidewalk.
How long is the sidewalk supposed to last?
25 to 30 years.
So if you tax them 25 to 30 years, you're telling me that it would be less than ultimately what they'd be paying out of pocket for that sidewalk.
In addition, we'd be able to target the highest priority areas.
That wasn't the question.
Well, we'd have to do the calculation. I don't have the number.
I think we
So
should,
that's something that we gotta look at.
Mayor, I think we should end this conversation now because we have a lot of other work, and I request a special meeting to discuss this issue.
Liz, I love when the conversation goes away from where you want it to be. You always try to end the conversation. I think we need to get a list of real big concerns, and that's a concern ultimately. What is the cost
I think
over
we
time?
need to
Because-
schedule a special
obviously-
meeting to discuss this and not take up the time
So get Wade's
today.
views, as we said, and then we'll also make sure that we have these other things in the back of our minds to start compiling information. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, there would be a rotating cycle of probably a 10 to 15 year. And eventually, when you get back to something, you're probably okay when you completed all the continuity and extended all the sidewalks to where you think they should be. And you're probably gonna go back to your first ones and have to do repair or maintenance. So this is gonna be a continuing cycle. The idea that it's finite step in time that, okay, this is gonna last 25 years and this person may have paid more over the 25 years, well, that's also all the built-in maintenance associated with that side.
From your experience, what does prevailing wage add to work like this on a percentage basis?
I really don't know off the top of my head. I mean,
About 50%.
Thank you. Okay, thank you for that. So it's something to keep in mind as well. Again, the finances of this ultimately get affected in that respect too. Okay, EFPR contract was Ben.
Well, I was happy to see that you sent us a contract at 4:30 today, so thank you. I was wondering.
I got it at 4:28, I think, so.
So, I mean, most of these are really just requests for updates on where we were, because my sense or understanding was that the contract ended June 1st. I don't think we've been able to see that contract in any detail yet in terms of reading it, and giving you feedback. You're not asking for a
No,
decision
you asked for
today.
this to be on here, so that's
Yeah,
why.
yeah, but you don't need a decision on this contract you sent.
No, I think we do what we should have been doing instead of throwing things onto an agenda, which is have an email at this point saying, hey, here's my thoughts, or Frank, what about X, Y, or Z? And we go from there.
Well, I did send you an email saying that these items, really what I'm looking for is an update from you. So that was an email that I sent, but that's all right. We can do that now. So we have that contract. Does it make sense in your opinion to look at alternatives still? Because we were talking about doing that.
Not under the current status, because at the end of the day, Active Fund is where we are, and I'm not sure if many people support Active Fund. I think the encouraging thing about what we see here, and again, you may not have seen it, is that there are not to exceeds, which means that if we can get ourselves in a position where we have a viable treasurer, then we don't need to go into the hourlies as much. They've detailed what the AUD should cost, not to exceed $10,000. They've put a monthly fee for the norm stuff, and then they've done the other not to exceed for support type of stuff, where support would be minimal if we can get somebody in a viable position. I think it's encouraging. Is it non-negotiable from here? I would say we obviously take a look at the pros and the cons and go back to them to see where we go with it, but that's just my thought, and I don't want to get into negotiating session in open forum right now because it's not appropriate, but I think that those statements are not surprising to anybody to say, hey, a first draft of a contract is something that should be kind of a ping pong match for a little bit, see where we can go with it. Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Status treasurer position, as I said, if you really want to go into that, let's go to executive session later, because it will.
Okay. All right. That's fine. Monthly financial statements, just a request.
Oh, I'm sorry, skip that.
Is,
Yeah.
there, is there a way for the accounting firm? I know we're short staffed. We don't have a treasurer. I don't know if the deputy
The
treasurer.
accounting firm is asking for some clarification on a couple of main transactions to produce that right now. So
All right,
yes.
so like a balance sheet,
Yes.
profit and loss. That's
Yes.
all right.
Route 50 crosswalk, Bella work product.
Now, it is so complicated. I mean, I can't believe all the back and forth, and frankly, I'm not exactly clear on all the back and forth. So you're saying before we do the DOT application, it has to go to DOT?
DOT had highlighted an intersection, Trumbull to Rosewood in some manner. Trumbull to Rosewood would put you right smack in front of a tree that's flourished. The visibility is nil. And I thought the same, why are we going away from what they suggested? I went out there with Jeff and I'm like, okay, I see why we're not doing this.
But so we have to go, so we can't just give them the application and show them where we
I
do want it?
Instead of spending $5,000 or whatever it is for permitting at this point, basically go back and say, hey, we found a little tweak we need to do. Before we go spend that $5,000 for you to say no to us because you said that's not, like say that's not the location we approved, would you give us at least the authority now to go there with it? And then so that it's basically spending a little extra time, but at the same time not wasting money.
So that application, that doesn't cost $5,000.
The
permitting does, but not the
permitting
DOT.
work, I believe, is 5,000 or thereabouts for them to do that work.
Are we still within the village in this new location?
Yes, we are.
Just there.
Yeah, we're on the correct side of the cemetery. Is the answer to that question.
Okay, well, I appreciate you working on that. And how soon till you gotta bring up?
They were going to put the request into the DOT, I think last week, right at the end of the week, yes,
Okay.
after I had the conversation with Ben Wolf.
Okay. And if we would appreciate it, if you could share what Labellis shared with you, just so we're.
I will, but again, if it was a no-go, right, an issue with that was it would be a whole different feel in that situation. So
All right.
I will be.
All right, thanks for sharing that.
Was all park design.
Oh,
So thanks. I was going to ask you about your meeting with Caitlin and Judy and where we were with that. There's a motion on this, in this meeting.
Judy, are you comfortable with respect to the meeting we had? I know I was speaking kind of for you earlier, but out of respect for you sitting down with us.
Yes, we wanted to go ahead to hire a company for the next phase.
And Caitlin's vetting right now with that company, and then they'll come to us, obviously, to spend the money on it.
Well, and finding out what's underneath the park. That's the biggest obstacle.
Yep.
Some people are, they're satisfied with the drawing we have now, but not everybody is.
Mhm.
And the way I feel is that
Welcome to government.
to acknowledge their concerns and to have it in writing would be important.
Okay.
How come we're having a separate firm do this when Bella has landscape architects?
Judy? She said LaBella's got landscape architects, but I think that you and Caitlin have been working to identify somebody who specializes.
Yeah, Caitlin was going to make the contact with the company that had given a bid. That was very reasonable.
It was, the number was really surprisingly low.
They're willing to work with all of us, DPW, our committee.
As long as it saves us money, but, otherwise, we have an engineer who has that capability. I was wondering why we're going outside if it's.
They charge.
Yeah, we'll talk to them.
And we're still sending it to LaBella.
Well, I guess the one thing that we'll need to do with whatever concept plan you come up with is we need to do a cost feasibility study, because if it requires realigning the sewer to a major degree, that's tens of thousands of dollars in excess of just replacing where it is now.
Well, they're willing to wait for the LaBella assessment of the best location for it to minimize it, then work around it ultimately is where we landed with that. Is that not accurate? Yeah.
It's basically going to be still going to be in the park. It's still going to go across the park. It's just basically going to be moved a little bit. But that's my understanding.
Is there a need to relocate it? Can it be in the same place it is now?
It's got to be replaced. It's doing a weird angle and it could be maximized better is what the thought is, but they're going to explore, make sure that flow can occur. There's also a weirdness in which this pipe goes, instead of from small to large, it goes from large to small, which sewer pipes probably shouldn't do. But so there are a few different things at play in this, and while we're under there, you might as well locate it in the best possible way, ultimately based on the experts' opinions on how to lay that pipe once we replace some of it.
As long as it doesn't, end up costing much, much more because you're relocating it.
Well, it needs to be replaced in some format though, Liz, and I don't think it's.
Oh, no, I know it
location
needs
that's
replacement, but where it is and if moving it ends up costing us a lot more, I think that needs to be taken into
Well,
consideration.
I think they should develop two alternatives, the realignment alternative and basically, a straight alignment on basically where it is now and do cost analysis of both alternatives. And just a preliminary estimate. Obviously, if it's not a significant increase to realign it, that's something to consider. But if we're talking about significant funds to realign it, obviously the park isn't there yet, so we can move things around it.
And that was the thing, chicken or egg, how do we go with it? And that's the way we landed with it ultimately. I want to make sure that Judy and Caitlin were on board to understand that we don't want to fully stop them from going to their next steps, but at the same time, sort of pause, sort of take a careful look at where you're going on that side of the park. In the meantime, there's plenty to do on the other side of the park with respect to first steps they'll be taking with whoever will be helping out with that.
Right, because we really don't anticipate starting over. That diagram, everyone said we just need to improve the park as it is, not some huge new thing.
There's the slope concern too.
Right. So the diagram isn't that far away from whatever LaBella needs to do their work. Seems to me.
I'm going to invert I&H for a second. The presentations by department heads. Look, we've got another presentation for the next meeting. You can see that we probably should keep it to one presentation per meeting. I think that's the general status. So hopefully in July to August, if you want to start moving on those, we can get going on those.
All right, that'd be great.
Because you've got one lined up for the 26th.
Yeah, the next one.
Yeah.
Yeah. Tobacco.
Yep.
Thanks for putting that in.
Okay, with respect to birdhouse project structures in Wiswall Park, I'm stepping out of this entire discussion at this point and probably would invite you to have a conversation. I invited you to have this conversation with Mark, for instance, over the phone a couple weeks ago. It didn't happen that way. We ended up with a pretty friction-filled situation. To the degree that Mark wants to come up and have a discussion about how this transpired or your concerns generally, I encourage it. I'm going to excuse myself for a moment and I will give you the gavel. So have at it in terms of the topic you want to discuss. Yeah.
Okay. I just have a short statement. First of all, I just want to congratulate you on another. Where are you, Mark? I can't see. I want to congratulate you on another successful event. You do a very good job putting these events together. I have nothing but praise for the event itself. I went down there and you always go above and beyond. So my only concern was with the large decorative structures in Wiswall that are slated to stay up for 5 months. I have to say the structures are quite impressive and they're attractive, I think. The only thing I was asking is that we did not have, again, you can see sort of the split in the board here. Sounds like Frank and Bernadette was working with you on these structures, but the three of us had very little information on the two large decorative structures in Wiswall before they were installed. What they were, their size, their location, a safety plan such as warning signs, fences, supervision, et cetera. So if these structures were just up for the festival, I wouldn't be so concerned, but these structures are slated to be up for 5 months. So that means they require a little more attention from us in terms of what's needed and what we need to know. So I feel like we should have been better informed and the board should provide separate approval for these kinds of structures that are staying up well past the main event that we had already approved and approval before the structures go up. And I don't just fault ASCC for not getting us that information. We didn't ask for that information early enough, and we should have asked for it earlier. I started asking questions about insurance coverage internally on April 24th when we got your certificate of insurance and event request for the 1 day Birdhouse Festival, but it didn't have any information on the structures or and the internal questions didn't really go anywhere. When I did ask you on June 2nd, I feel that it was a reasonable request and the information could have been provided at that time. I still think we need a separate certificate of insurance for those structures to cover the village's liability. I think that's a reasonable request that can be easily met. I think our insurance agent would agree. It would be best practice to have something for the structures themselves, just because, again, they're large and they're there for 5 months, well beyond the initial event. The other thing that I think we need to deal with, whether we agree that the structures are included in the current contract or not, the contract only goes to July 31st, and the structures are supposed to stay up until October. So clearly we need some additional documentation covering the village in some way. If not now, then August 1st. So those are my two concerns, just knowing more, approving what's going on, and the insurance piece. But it's not meant to be a big deal. It's not meant to get in your way or to stop what's happening. I feel like, just doing due diligence on behalf of the village and what the property we're supposed to oversee. And I encourage it, if other groups are thinking of putting large structures in the park beyond the approved activity that of the day, that please discuss and get approval from the board ahead of time. So that's all I have to say. Currently, again, congratulations on a successful event. And I might add more later depending what else is said, but that's all I want to say there.
Mark, could you clarify? I don't believe the structures are being up, going to be up for 5 months. Can you clarify?
They'll come down in September, mid-September. It all depends, of course, on DPW's schedule.
Okay.
I can't give exact dates because we rely on them, and of course,
the needs of the community come first.
Right. When I had asked you, you said maybe through the car show.
Again, it is all dependent on DPW.
Okay.
You know, we work with them. Sometimes BSBPA asks us to leave things up through the car show, like the banners and, you know, to enhance the car show, which adds to the village. Sometimes they don't. It all depends on DPW. We can't give exact dates.
Yeah, and I'm very happy. I'm glad you put up signs, you know, and those little fences, and that can only help. So,
yeah,
thank you.
Well, I'm just going to say, it wasn't a you put them up. Ultimately, it's DPW put up everything. And that was what the whole nature of this situation was, that you as asked, provided birdhouses and structures, and DPW determined feasibility and actual installation ultimately and protection of them. And that was their work according to the whole contract originally for the situation. Go ahead, Bernadette, sorry.
The only other thing is, Ben, I appreciate that you said as a board, we need to ask more questions, because I agree on my part, I can ask more questions, but we were presented a drawing of.
I don't remember seeing it done.
Yeah, it was at our budget workshop, when Mark was coming to present his request for the events, and also just, wow, that was also the meeting.
March?
That was Sean, yeah, Sean. was there.
Sean's the only one that can really say you can see it.
Because I distinctly remember that, because, you know, I hate to say it, but everybody was fighting. And I was sitting next to Mark, and the treasurer was sitting next to Mark, and he was showing us the drawings, and eventually, when it did settle down, a drawing was shared with the board. So again, we could be more proactive in our questions.
Yeah, I don't remember that. We did have about 1 million emails this week. It would have been good for someone to mention that before tonight, so we could.
Yeah, well,
you know,
I did see a drawing, but it was not presented for approval. I thought that's what was going to happen next, that he would come as he has in the past with, this is what it looks like, I want approval to do this. And there also, the whole big V-Spa sign thing, that was the first time I even heard about it.
He tried explaining that to us, I think we, just because everything was so, I'm sorry. He did explain that again to me and Barbara, because everything was so tense and everybody else was doing what they were doing. So maybe it was missed.
I don't know if this is gonna work.
That, you know, yeah, I feel like our process was muddled. That's why I have actually under new business, some kind of guide for us and also for the public that says, you know, if you're gonna have structures in the park, you know, these are the things that we'd like to know from you, see from you. And if you're a committee, what kind of insurance do you need or not need? Or if you're a group, this is the kind of insurance, this is what you should put under description on your certificate of insurance. I think that kind of guide would be helpful for me. I'm sure it'd be helpful as, you know, different events come up. As the insurance agent said when she sent an email, you know, you have to look at each group and each event sort of individually. They're all a little different to some degree. And so I'm not putting this all on Mark. This is definitely something where we could have asked you directly, you know, or you could have reminded us, look, I sent you something in March or whatever. I have no memory of that. So I feel our process also could be, you know, we can just look internally and be proactive. Again, like with Friends of Wiswall or whatever it is, you know, some events coming up, do we have X, Y, and Z that we need in place? So everyone gets equal treatment and we're covering all our bases.
Carla, are you satisfied with how at least the protection of the village overall was maintained here with the contract situation, at the very least?
I am.
Thank you.
Now, Carla, when the contract ends on the 31st, will we need something else in place to keep those structures up?
I've already addressed that. I actually indicated that in an email, I believe, to the mayor and to Jen and Terry, maybe, that the contract ends on the 31st. And if it's past that, not the contract ends, but the insurance ends on the 31st, and that they have to make sure that we're on top of that so that we get it beyond that. So that's already been taken care of.
That something will happen around that. All right.
Yep.
Maybe some additional documentation. Thank you.
When does the When does the contract end?
We would need the next certificate of insurance is what
Yeah,
she's saying.
July
Right,
31st.
To protect the houses.
Right.
Is that the
It expires.
contract or the
That's
insurance?
the whole contract. It's the whole contract.
Yeah,
No. If the certificate of insurance expires on October 31st. Therefore, they just have to give us their new one for the next year because it's an annual certificate. It's just something that we would have on, they would give us to have on file for the next year. That's not the contract. The contract, I don't have it in front of me, but I believe that was
July 31st.
July 31st, maybe?
July 31st.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the structures are there beyond that point. So we need something.
You could just do a baseline extension, 1 page or
Something.
extending it.
We're gonna need something, I think.
Yeah.
So thanks for working on that.
So as long as they're agreeable to doing that, your insurance is fine. She's saying it's the contract that actually expires prematurely compared to when you anticipate it.
I mean, the certificate of insurance doesn't have any description or reference to the structures themselves. And my understanding
They
is
usually don't.
they usually have nothing in the description box.
No, they just identify the village as the certificate holder.
But isn't it usually in reference to a specific day or event?
Only if you're trying to.
Not usually.
Because the agent seemed to indicate to me that there should be something specific that certificate of insurance covers.
BSBPA, I think it only gives us a general wide open one too. They don't give us one.
It does vary. So most of the certificates we get do have it in the event description, or the description box does say, this is covering this date, this is the event, this is how many people. But it does vary. Sometimes there's nothing, other times there's a lot of detail.
That's their application for permit. That's not their insurance usually.
Yeah, I would, if I may, I would think that the village would want it to be as
Wide open.
vanilla as possible and broad as possible, so that it's not limited to one particular issue, just in case something happens that someone could argue it's outside that issue. So you would want just their broad, this is our insurance policy, and you are the certificate holder. Maybe you're the additional insured, and you're covered under everything, not just for that one particular instance.
That's your recommendation, leave it completely blank so that
It's not blank. It's not, I don't know what you're talking about. There's no blank boxes on the certificate.
I'm talking about the description box of what is actually covered.
I don't know. There's no description box. I guess I don't understand what that is. Maybe we're talking about different documents.
Maybe there's one, we have one here in the attachments, and in the attachment, you'll see a certificate of insurance, and there's a box that says description. I'm only harping on this because in my conversation with the insurance agent, it seemed to be something she recommended. Now, I don't know insurance, so that's where I'm going. But whatever it is, I'm fine if the best policy and practice is not to have anyone fill anything in, then that's what we should communicate to people. And then instead of wanting that, or instead of having people fill that in, the guidance will be leave that box blank. And that's fine, whatever's best practice.
I think the biggest thing here is that we have the right amount of coverage. We learned that we had to have that increase, so we asked that all people moving forward to get the $2 million coverage. I agree, limiting the coverage to specific things, we might box us in a hole where we might miss an unforeseen sort of incident happening. And I think as far as I'm understanding it, so long as that that amount of coverage is there in the certificate, it covers, any of those installations, any of those items. I think it covers it.
Covers the relationship generally.
Well, let's double check, and I don't know the correct, I know I've heard something different, so.
Although
we'll resolve it.
May be advantageous to not put the description in the insurance, that doesn't mean that we don't want a description of what's going to be on village property and how it's going to be used, because I think that's so
That's
in
true,
the
too. Yeah, there's two
application.
things. We want to approve what's happening on village property, and we want the village covered.
Right, but aside from the coverage, we need to know what is planned, what it looks like, how long it's going to be there. Because there can be conflicts, because that's a public park, and there are multiple groups that want to use it. I mean, we've got applications for other people to use the park. And if one group's use of it hinders another group's use, then that's a problem. So
I think I started this meeting with the mayor's announcements that suggested and stated the level of cooperation that was occurring between, let's say, some of the most likely groups to want to utilize the park and how it worked well, and how I think we convolute a situation the most when we get involved in it. Ultimately, we need to go out and say, what can we do to help, not what can we do to hinder or hurdle the situation. And I think besides the basic question of insurance, which as you said, Ben, Mary Lou Weil had said that it's a case-by-case basis, so trying to make an insurance guide is probably futile, that we basically just have to get it approved after we establish what a relationship is, what the contract is, if one exists, what the insurance should look like. Beyond that, I don't want to get too into the weeds on any one thing. Should things be generally known and approved? Sure. But as stated, you were shown a picture of that structure. You were told it was to last all summer in the park, that there were 6
No, I
letters
did
go with
not,
it.
that was not stated. I was shown a picture, that's it. And that was not placed in a board meeting for our approval. It doesn't matter that I saw a picture. It's whether this board sees a picture and approves it. That's the question.
Yeah,
And I'd like to know, since you describe a mutually beneficial conversation between Ask and BSBPA, I was at the farmer's market on Saturday, and there was a lot of consternation about some of the display and the use of the park by the market.
That's
Now,
interesting,
if
because I
you-
asked all the vendors after I heard that you're going to park vendors and asking them to complain about the birdhouses. I talked to each and every
No,
one
I
that was
did
still
not
there.
ask them to
Guys,
complain.
hello. BSBPA liaison.
Yeah.
Please do not politicize the BSBPA. I just want to make that very clear. I heard you went, I know you went. I've been in discussion, just to clear this up, I've been in discussions with the board, specifically also with Christine, who's the president, and we are, yes, something happened. There's a little bit of a tiny inclusion of a normal market spot, but the board decided that they would try it out, and they actually moved different 2 vendors to different locations, actually I think better locations, but Christine and I have been in discussion. We would continue this conversation as to whether it's been impacting the farmers negatively, the vendors. And it's not like there hasn't been conversations. I talked to a few vendors yesterday that happened to be at the Birdhouse Festival. So far, I've heard that it was fine. And certainly, if there's any vendor is welcome to discuss this with us. If they have a problem, and encourage them to, especially speak for their own board. They're working with the BSBPA. But so far, I've heard it's mainly been fine. So both of you,
Okay,
both
I'm
of you,
glad to hear.
please don't politicize them.
I'm not politicizing. I'm saying that I heard complaints about location from some people.
I'd love to know after.
Well, I'll discuss it with you after.
Yeah,
If
that's
it's all been smoothed over, that's fine. That's all I want to know.
But it would be good to be in the loop. There's conversations happening at Wiswell Park. Let us know what's happening, especially when I'm having these conversations, particularly with Frank about.
I think I would have loved to have been in conversations with everybody a little bit more, but last week, literally, I was mainly dealing, yes, I was in we were in legislative session. I was at work till quite late most nights. And I was taking calls from the BSBPA. So it's not like we weren't trying to be available. I wanted to work with them. They do so many wonderful things for this community. So certainly.
The request is also to the mayor, he's aware of what you guys are talking about too with community groups. It'd just be good to be, just FYI, to know what's happening.
Out of fairness to Mark, I would like to play what did transpire at that meeting, because it did go there.
What meeting?
It's just a bunch of workshops.
Yeah, I think it's indicative. I have no memory of the structure because we were talking about money. It wasn't a topic about what do we think of the structure.
I saw it.
All right,
Was a motion brought up to approve the schematic as shown?
So right there, he's talking to Barbara about the letters. And to Bernadette. The next part is,
I would think just to assure everybody this is small.
Frank, I can't really hear what's happening here. All right, I won't deny if there's a picture shown, I just don't
For
remember.
the tower, this, and I didn't send you guys the letters, we're doing.
as you know, this is the celebration, that tower. So that's for.
That's for the birdhouse program in Wiswell Park.
Right, that the celebration basically, you're kicking off in Wiswell Park.
Well, yes, it will be part of the festival.
Yeah.
It will be there all summer. For the celebration, it's part of the program. The celebration is the festival.
So he handed you that structure, both you and Ben looked at it. Out of fairness, I think you owe Mark an apology for saying he didn't present it to you. Now, whether or not you want to get a specific approval is a whole different story.
That's exactly what I said. I said he showed it to us. He didn't ask for board approval.
But it's also incumbent on us to say, oh, did you get that approved, Mark? Or do you feel you
No, I
needed that approved?
agree. We can structure that interaction better. And if you showed it to us, thank you very much. I have no memory. I apologize for not saying you didn't show it to us.
Thank you.
And as part of that, like, again, paraphrasing the insurance person, along with like that, we would get some kind of safety plan, which would just mean there's a warning sign, there's a fence up, something like that. So that would be part of the request for approval is, here's what it looks, here's how tall it is, and this is how we're gonna keep people safe. So obviously that wasn't a full conversation, but you did show it to us, so thanks for doing that.
Okay, next up is, insurance policy guide, did that blend in?
That's fine.
Donor recognition policy?
Oh, I feel like there's been confusion about using village property and resources to recognize donors, and I don't know the legalities, ins and outs of that. So I can't say more than that, other than I feel like it needs to be fleshed out a little bit.
And is this the art? Is this the art related thing?
You brought it up most recently is just like the slick donation and then recognizing them on village banners and not like being a part of that approval process of how that happened. And I don't know that it's wrong or right. It feels a little not exactly how things might be done. And so I don't know the answer, but it made me feel like it shouldn't be like Wild West of what happens with village property and donors. And we should just have a sense of what's appropriate, sort of like with insurance.
Mark, did you have something you wanted to say about how it happened?
I'm sorry. No, I would like to ask the board also to not politicize a nonprofit ask the same way Bernadette so eloquently asked to not politicize the BSPPA that also does wonderful things for this community. Everybody that does anything for this community, any nonprofit or group gets, has to raise money. I mean, that means we need to give them something back. No one gives you money for nothing. And the BSPPA, excuse me, puts up banners to acknowledge donors. We put up banners to acknowledge donors. Who else? I'm sure Wiswell Park group will put up banners or thank you banners, but it seems like you guys are harping on the nonprofit ask, and I'm asking you not to politicize it. We all do the same thing. The library is doing it. I'm sure when they put up their new library edition, there will be a donor thing. This is what you do when people give you money. These are not hate groups. There's no political or socioeconomic, SLIC is not a racist or anything. They are a good group of people trying to make a living. Everyone, we would not accept money from anyone like that, nor would the library, nor would the Wiswell Park, nor the BSBPA. So we need to stop. So we've had 2 motions so far about politicizing our nonprofit, and I would ask you guys to stop it because it's not productive. We're doing good work. There's no intent of hurting anybody. We did not sell alcohol to children at the Birdhouse Festival. So, we're trying to do good. So let's stop using us as a political.
I absolutely agree that if there's a policy, and I don't even know if there's possible to be a policy, it needs to apply to everybody equally. And that's why.
Well, why is it being brought up now versus when the BSBPA put up banners that are still on the gazebo a month ago?
Oh, yeah, in Wiswell Park, yeah.
Yeah, why is it being brought up now once our banners are up versus a month ago, last year at the car show? Why is this coming up now when there's a discussion about the Birdhouse program or ASK? This is what seems to be, you're trying to politicize us, and it's just not fair. It's not right. So I'm just actually.
All right, well, I hear, I try to be careful of that, still obviously understanding the role that the mayor's family and friends play in this.
No,
But you're not politicizing it, right?
Well, I'm just saying, eyes need to be kept open on that.
See, now you're accusing
But
me of
yes,
not being ethical.
absolutely,
No.
the donor,
Ben, now you're
donors need to
accusing me
be.
of not being ethically running my nonprofit, this nonprofit, okay? I'm a big boy, nobody is influencing me, nobody is in any way telling me what to do or how to do it. And I'm innocent until proven guilty. I have not done anything unethical or inappropriate in this village.
None of us have.
Well,
None of us
but
have.
he's accusing the nonprofit of doing that, and I'm telling you, you're on a slippery slope because you're accusing me of being inappropriate or unethical.
I'm not accusing you. I am asking a question about what is proper, and I'd like to develop some answers to that.
Okay, but don't do it don't point it at me because of my relationship.
All right, I shouldn't have brought that specific example.
Well, you set a precedent, you set a.
I think someone asked why it came up, and that was in my mind.
You should, but the excuse you're using is because of your assumed assumption about how I'm running my nonprofit. That is this nonprofit, which is inappropriate. Because that's not for, first of all, anyone else to do, because you're making, you're bordering on inappropriate, that you're questioning my ethics.
So the state that we have is anytime a nonprofit uses village property or resources to recognize a donor that went to that private nonprofit, it seems like we should think about how do we manage that as a village? It shouldn't just happen.
I agree. I have no problem with that. What I have a problem with is this is the second motion brought up that is directly related to what happened with the Birdhouse program and the nonprofit act.
Or a business item, you mean, a new or old business item.
I'm sorry, yes, thank you.
Yeah.
It never is, it's being brought up now, and as you said, which is a fact, is because of my relationship or anyone's relationship with anyone in this village.
Let me
Is inappropriate.
let me move this along because it goes into the C. We had 50 emails from you, Ben, from a Friday to Friday, most of which were based on this topic. And honestly, a lot of the things that were in earlier old business and that are on this agenda could have been solved, moved along, not put the public through some of the mundane of all this. If we utilize our time and our email efforts a little bit more effectively and utilize email of a better purpose. This was not necessary, and you can say, oh, you responded, but I mean, look, you were making some interesting accusations along the way and statements, and they need to be addressed to try to get this situation where we were at the 11th hour for Mark and his not-for-profit and DPW to get that Birdhouse Festival together. And it's getting bogged down by all this stuff that was really unnecessary noise. And I just want to make sure that we, as a board of trustees, do a better job of minimizing the time of these meetings, still being transparent, obviously, but also utilizing things like the telephone, email, even just, when you come check your mail, if you got a question, come back and ask what that situation is. I mean, Sean, I extended the opportunity for you to call me about a couple of concerns I have about your motions today, and you were too busy and suggested resorting to email. But by the 40th email of the week, I just don't have the time or the energy to write that 41st email to you at that point. And I don't see where the benefit is when we can pick up a phone and say, hey, the way you define, the one business day, if it relates to business the board has to take, I could have explained to you, the concern is that's kind of undefinable until there's a motion ultimately. And we could have maybe avoided having a run-in later on in this meeting. Instead, we're gonna have a run-in later on in this meeting, most likely about that motion.
Yeah, but what you just said, you could have easily wrote as just as fast. And we could have avoided it, what you call collaborating prior to the meeting, which just simply hasn't been happening.
Just pick up the phone.
I like things in writing. Maybe you have an aversion to putting your thoughts in writing, but I don't. So
I write
Well, you
way too
want-
much.
You want Wade's opinion in writing, so
Yeah. So,
John wants.
Well,
more-
I suggested you record a phone call, would have been just as easy for you to send that along. You didn't. So now the only thing left is to get it in writing.
I think it's a little different. For all colleagues, we should be able to pick up the phone. Ben and I talk on the phone sometimes. Frank and I would be happy to talk to Liz and Sean, we just haven't had that opportunity. But I mean, it's pointless to fight about this. The point is.
email worked fine until.
There's so many emails.
The year before April, April before, email worked fine with collaboration.
There's
There's no
about
issues.
50 emails. on
It's only been
one
since
topic.
that last 12 or 15 months that email seems to be a problem, and folks don't want to put things in writing. I mean, to me, that way I know I can look back, and if I'm mistaken or they're mistaken, we have it in writing. So
Well, I think a lot of conversations, to be honest, to the public, I might as well just be very clear. I don't think it's productive to use those emails. If you guys could see the length and breadth and the tone in some of these emails, it is not worth engaging in a lot of those. So I'd rather come to the public. I share my opinion here. I'm forthright here. There's really, honestly, it's fine to pick up the phone. I don't see why there's a problem to pick up the phone, reiterate it here. But at the end of the day, this is still a fight about. But I just wanted to touch on one thing. When we, as a board, are considering actions we might take because something didn't work out with a particular nonprofit or we didn't like how something ran. I mean, we have to consider things and that we can always improve. There's nothing wrong with that. We can think about how our policies are a little stronger. However, we have to think about the impact that it will have on every organization in this village. And we are constantly encroaching on a lot of the good work that's being done. So I just want us as a board, okay, let's think about these things, but let's not go overboard, because I can really see things being bogged down by what we're asking for. You can see the BSBA. So that's all right, Ben. I mean, you're human.
Ben, there, done that. Trust me.
So anyway, I'm done talking about that, but I said it before.
Yeah, it's time for the public comment, which is 5 minutes. And again, respect, please keep the language as clean as possible. I know we're all adults at the same time, there may be kids watching, and please direct it to the board. That's the general things we always ask you to do. We'll take folks from in the house first, but in the meantime, those that are watching by Zoom that want to give a public comment, please feel free to raise your hand at this point in time on Zoom. Anybody in the house want to give public comment? Darlene, come on up to that microphone for us. If somebody who's next handed back there, if you want to just start your way up, that way we'll move it along a little bit quicker for everybody. And give me 1 second, Darlene. I've got to get our camera back on here, make sure you're in the picture and make sure I'm not, which is that button right there. And you are good to go.
Hi, Darlene McGraw. I live at 4 North Point in the town of Half Moon, New York. Yes, I was crazy enough to get up here and take an Uber back home when I leave here. I wanted to make sure you guys know how important this village is to me. when I leave my house and go up to work in Saratoga Springs in the summer, I do make pit stops and spend probably about half my time on my way to work here within your village. And this is where I spend before I go to work here. I don't have to spend my time here in this village. There's other municipalities plenty on my way to work that I can go to. I don't have to go up Route 50 and take the Zip Smith Trail and hang out here. But I choose to hang out here. And I wanted to let you guys know how important and how special your village is to me. Thank you so much for paving Front Street. I appreciate it. And I would like to ask you guys to make sure that the county employees know more about what is going on with the CDTA project, because I think they would have a different perspective from both, not only them as being employees, as being how they get around, but also the people that they serve, because they serve a very special community and people of all sorts. Thank you so much for giving me the time to speak. I appreciate it.
And thank you for coming to our village as much as you do. And also, I do have a call I have to make to Jason Kemper about that CHP project that I want to bring up that CDTA situation to him as the county planner. He's very good with that stuff in the planning department there. So I will keep him apprised of it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Go right ahead. Name and address again, just so.
Jen Anderson's, 51 Russell Street, Ballston Spa, Milton, whatever the area is. I just wanted to thank the board for having CDTA, because I look forward to, I had to get a car, but I'm hoping that maybe through CDTA, maybe I can drop my car and be more environmentally friendly. So I'm hoping that the village and town and CDTA work together to make this a nice, more walkable place.
Thank you. Next up, hands, anybody? Ray, go ahead.
Ray, 16 Novak Avenue.
Are you sure about that?
I'm checking.
Okay.
I don't want people to think that I don't care about public safety. I think in my 40 years of working with EMS in this village, I may have looked to help public safety once or twice. What my concern is to make this a usable village. Do we need to have our streets, which are very narrow, even more narrow? Do we need to impede traffic more? Liz, I don't know if you remember, but back when I was able to work with you, I suggested we put up shelters for the buses. I said, I don't know how it works. I don't know how they do that. I don't know what qualifies, and I don't know how wide or anything like that. But yeah, we need them, because we had gone to the folks at the dry cleaners years ago and said, could we put a bench up there so people have a place to sit? They said, no, we don't want them hanging around here. I made a suggestion that we move a bus stop 500 feet different from where it is now to try and alleviate some of that problem, where they could build a bump out right across the St. Mary's where there's already 2 bus stops. And oh my God, we're gonna make somebody walk an extra 500 feet. You know, a bus is needed by a lot of folks. And Christine, I get the fact I'm disabled too. Okay, it's hard for me. I can't walk 500 feet. I can wheel my chair, but it would be a hardship on me too. But I got to look at the greater good. Do we do this for one person, or do we do what's better for the greater good? With the number of cars that we have going through this village today, we have to take them into consideration. Okay, with the emergency vehicles trying to get through this village, and I'm telling you, it's horrible. It doesn't have to be a fire truck, an ambulance, which is half the size. You have a tough time. You can't get through. And they better be getting to my house, because my wife dumped it a week ago. They need to get to places quickly. Okay, so don't think that, well, you know, I like to be in public safety. I hear public safety. Sidewalks were discussed. Sean, you said almost pounding the fist. It's gonna be sidewalks or nothing. I will not sign a policy that doesn't have sidewalks. Yet we're gonna have certain neighborhoods that don't have to have sidewalks. Am I safer walking out in the street on Chesterwood Court than I am on Knickerbocker up in the North End? No, I don't think so. So, you know, what's your qualifier? I don't understand why certain neighborhoods or certain houses will have to have a sidewalk and others will not. It's either all or we have to come up with something to enforce a good policy that's going to work out for everybody. I don't understand it. Then I have a question for the young lady who didn't show up tonight.
For good reason.
Because her kids are great. Congratulations to them, by the way. We've done a lot of new laws this year. It seems a lot of new rules and regulations this year, have we not? I know you've been researching a ton of stuff.
We have researched and drafted, we have not enacted.
Okay. My question is, any newly enacted laws that we do next January, can they be changed back to what the reasonable ones were? I mean, is that something that can be done in the next regime?
Well, one of the laws, and I actually think the only law that we did pass this, the board passed this year, was to change the official year. So I don't think you're going to want to change that one back.
All these other rules and regulations.
They haven't been enacted yet, so there's nothing to change.
Okay.
But to your point, Ray, any board that can always change the law. That's what we're doing right now. This board sees issues with the law and then changes it. That's always the possibility. It's not a change it back. It's the same process.
What makes sense. Okay. Thank you. That's all I need. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Ray. Send our best to Millie. I know she's recovering still.
Yeah.
A low spell.
I still won't let her
Is that because of the spill or?
Oh, so that's it.
Who's that? Here, go ahead.
Good evening, Jared Ecolucci, 24 Chapman Street. Just a couple of comments. First, I appreciated the presentation from CDTA, so thank you to the board for engaging with them. I think beyond the question of the bus shelters themselves is the corollary question of pedestrian safety. And recognizing that we all have different experiences in the village, I can say for certain that my wife and our two children were nearly hit crossing at Front Street. Doesn't happen frequently, but it does happen. People don't always obey the crosswalks. A bump out would be a huge help for majorly trafficked areas like that, with the added bonus of potentially encouraging our bus riders to feel a little safer. So I appreciate that engagement with CBTA. Thank you. I also just wanted to make a quick comment on sidewalks. I understand this is a testy issue for everyone. I can say as well that people still are replacing their sidewalks when they're able to right now, even without the reimbursement increase. We have two neighbors on Chapman Street who within the last calendar year have replaced their sidewalks. I know that they would probably have loved to see a different reimbursement schedule in place for that, yet they went ahead and did it. Part of the issue, however, are the people who are not going to replace sidewalks either because they don't see a need for it or because it's too expensive. We do live in a community that we all share. I personally walk the village very frequently with my kids, and having accessible sidewalks for everybody would be a huge boon, not just to our residents, but to our visitors. I think it's very much worth exploring a fee assessment, whatever that schedule might look like. I'd be curious to see the details, but I am willing to certainly contribute to our village to ensure that our sidewalks are in good shape. I don't think my sidewalks are going to need to be replaced for 10 or 15 more years at least. I don't think that that is the calculus that I need to make right now, but rather over the course of my time living in the village. the amount of benefit that my family and I will derive from the sidewalks throughout the village being in good shape, guaranteed by our village, I think automatically supersedes that. The last thing I just want to say, and I know that the civility of our board is constantly discussed, but I think that I just want to support our trustees, all of our trustees, as they stand up for their residents. We all have different opinions. All of us residents have different opinions about things, and we've elected different people to represent those opinions. Mr. Mayor, you said earlier that, I'll paraphrase here, but when people come forward to help in this community, we embrace them.
Yep.
All of our trustees are here to help our community. They might not always agree and represent what you think needs to occur, but they're here to help, and we should always be embracing folks and assume the best intentions when our elected representatives are asking questions about oversight or about the goings-on of our village. Thank you.
Terry, as you was talking, it occurred to me, do we have any pending sidewalk reimbursements? Because they come to you usually, right, ultimately?
I think there's one that may still be outstanding. If they turn in their paperwork to Trish and Jeff did it up, I didn't.
Which
There's two in the abstract.
this is the time of year when normally it's perpetuating a little bit faster, and that's what I've seen is it hasn't been coming in, and I'm wondering why to a certain degree. And I think part of it is at least more than just mere coincidence in that respect, but it's tough to prove in that respect. So just thought, but I did want to check with her on that.
Historically, very little was used. I think in the last few years, people have seen it and used it. Years ago, no one even knew reimbursement existed, it didn't come up. And they didn't even spend this, I think it was $6,000 they allocated in the budget. They didn't even spend it.
We spent some last year.
Not last year, I'm talking a few years ago.
Christine, you had kind of done a hand bake on me earlier, so you're okay. Sorry. Watch you step on that wire, okay? Yeah, that's the better way to go.
Christine Fitzpatrick, 31 Chapman Street. Couple of comments. First of all, kudos on Front Street. It looks fabulous. Everybody involved in that work, and I know it's an ongoing project, but it makes such a difference. And it's really, really great from every aspect. So thank you as a resident to all those involved. I was at the Friends of the Library table at the farmers market, and I heard many people very positive comments about the birdhouse project. And one of the things, and I don't know how you advertise this, but a couple of people asked me, probably because the table was sitting right in front of the tall structure, and they might have thought that we were in charge or knew something more, but that are these birdhouses for sale? And so I don't know, I couldn't answer, and I think maybe ask at some point on its website might want to tell people that because there was some interest.
Good idea, thank you.
I just wanted to talk about the sidewalks. I agree with everything that Jared said. I think we need a special meeting on sidewalks. I just want to say that if we did something, an assessment fee, if you did it at $150 a year times 25 years, that would come out over the course of 25 years. And who knows if you're going to last that long. That would be, or live here that long. That's $3,750, which is still cheaper than putting in an actual sidewalk. I put in a sidewalk on my house on Chapman Street about a year ago. Was very grateful for the reimbursement and did it because it needed to be done. And it was a $7,000 expense. I get a little concerned about when we talk about sidewalks, about talking about eminent domain, because I think that's a boogeyman. You know, I think that's an absolute last resort, and people talk about that like it doesn't necessarily mean because we do an assessment, people are going to lose their property. So just a comment. One of the things Liz said about using the $50,000, I know you have $50,000 set for the sidewalk fund now. and no, but it wasn't responded to, but using that money to deal with the trees that are heaving sidewalks. There's one in our neighborhood that's absolutely, it's like 6 inches up off the ground in 2 places. So that might be a use for it. Just a couple of things in terms of crosswalks and bus shelters on Route 50. One of the things I think people I lived on Route 50 for 13 years and now I live on Chapman Street. I take public transportation. One of the things that happens on Route 50 in the winter is that the plows, it's a state highway, they plow things onto the sidewalk. People get very discouraged shoveling their sidewalks because then the plows come through and cover the sidewalks all over again. I myself, hard to believe I did this, but I walked down the hill for 13 and a half years to work, and I walked in Route 50 in the dark. It was, I was very, very lucky, but also with these bus shelters, wherever you put these bus shelters, you're going to have to deal with, if you're going to do bus shelters, if you're going to do crosswalks, if you're going to try and help people out, you're going to have to deal with more diligently with snow removal and enforcement. I like the CDTA proposal very much. I thought, I just want to say one thing about STAR. STAR keeps being mentioned as an option, for people. Just a couple of things, as Darlene said, STAR costs more. You have to apply for it, then it's only good for a certain time, and then you have to apply again. I've used STAR myself many times. I have to tell you, when you're going on long trips, a long trip meaning being to Clifton Park or Schenectady or Albany, it's never under 2 hours. Because it's a group ride and they have to take everybody in that van to various places. So it's not a great option. I take a little exception to saying that we're doing this for one person. I felt sort of that was directed at me. I'm not the only person. The CDTA gentleman said 50, we have 50 rides, 50 people engaging in CDTA a day. And I would like to say that on behalf of those that we are as entitled, I'm a taxpayer of the state of New York not for more than 70 years. I didn't pay taxes as a kid, but I have been a taxpayer of the village of New York, of the village since 1987. And I am as entitled as are my fellow riders to the road. I am entitled to my 23 seconds for that bus to stop.
And you're 23 seconds left right now.
Everybody else, as is everybody else. I'm sorry?
You have 23 seconds left right now.
Okay, and the last thing I want to say is on item I, the proposal for Juneteenth. I hope that the board has been told what the cost of that is, because there is a cost to extending that benefit, and it is not required. It's in the PDA contract. It is not in the DPW contract. And to extend it, there is a cost. So you don't necessarily have to tell us, but I certainly hope that it was shared with the board what the cost of that proposal is. Thank you very much.
There's an inevitability in that because it will be in the next DPW contract. So at this point,
2025.
I think we have to start next year. So.
Well, you've already conceded that you're going to give it to them. That's not a good management prerogative.
Well, Christine, it's also a reality that it's a national holiday at this point.
It is not, it is a subject of collective bargaining. If they don't bargain for it, they don't necessarily get it. And DPW had it on the table during the negotiations and they got something else for it. And now, as a management prerogative, you have given it to them, which is your prerogative. However, let's remember that there is a cost to that, and you folks should know about it.
It's also a federal holiday.
It is not, it's a federal holiday, but people are not required to give it. Yes or no?
Christine?
You're not required to give it to employees.
You have somebody that I respect sitting to your right now that's reminding you it's a federal holiday. It's something that we have to really consider for our entire staff, those that are not unionized as well. We're going to give it to our entire staff and to the police. not give the DPWs a slap in the face or DPW.
That's
at that
not
point
what
in
I'm
time.
suggesting.
But that's what it turns
suggesting
into.
is that it has a cost. What I'm suggesting is that it is a matter of collective bargaining. That's what I'm saying. And the other thing I'm saying is that there is a cost to it and that whatever, you don't have to tell me or us, but you should know about it. And it is a cost to, that's a true statement.
Michelle.
Hi, Michelle Deschard, 14 Bath Street, Ballston spot. Came more specifically to give feedback on really the summer kickoff weekend in this village. And as a business owner right on Lone Street, not quite adjacent to Front, but you get the benefits of, first of all, I agree with Christine, the work on Front Street went so beautifully and so smoothly. And according to the schedule that we were all given, and the impact was really minimal that we felt, and we tried to, have everything clear for our friends down on Front Street who may have been impacted. So kudos on that. It looks beautiful. It's a great way to start the season. We're getting ready for the season to start. So it was a great weekend. I will tell you on two fronts. One, I know it's not a village sanctioned thing, but for way before I ever came here, the garage sale weekend. I'm sorry, I'm gonna bring it up because I had it brought up to us in our shop all weekend long. People were not aware of it because it's not a village sanctioned thing, but it's a tradition. People said, what's going on? And I think mostly because of COVID and the things that started and ended and didn't start, and nobody knew what was going on. It brings business to us. I'm gonna say it right there. It brings business to us, and not just as an antique store, but to Front Street. People are coming to town. Look at Lawrenceburg, and I'm sure that's run by the town. I'm not asking for you guys to have anything else on your plate. Just saying it would have been nice to go on a calendar somewhere, because that's what we kept hearing. And then I want to go to the Birdhouse Festival. Whenever part of Low Street gets closed off, I wonder about, we have our own parking. We're fortunate in that. I watched things go up all week in the park, busy, running my life. I didn't get a chance to really see what was built there until Friday night when I went to watch the senior parade, which is another charming part of this village. And saw what was built in that park. And I was absolutely taken aback. It was beautiful. The displays throughout the village were beautiful. And the bee spa thing, I've seen things like that in other towns in the country. There's no reason that we shouldn't have that. It was probably between that and the beautiful work and the hard work that everybody's been doing at Wistfall, that was an amazing way to show off the work that's been done. And then you have this creation, and the creation is all part of all of these thousands of birdhouses. I had more feedback on that festival. I had to say to you, Liz, that through the weekend, my people who were staffing our desk at our shop, I had them asked, were they coming in for the birdhouses? Were they coming in? The feedback was unbelievable. And if that's going to bring me business, I'm all for it. And quite frankly, if you're giving kudos then to how well it looked, that you guys are already looking as to when it's going to get taken down, that's a shame, because that's going to bring people in all summer. All summer. One person's going to come by and see it. Their friends are going to come and visit. They're going to bring them down. They're going to go to that new restaurant. They're going to come to my store. They're going to go to the stores on Milton. And honestly, that's a thing of beauty. And we should be incredibly proud of it, not looking to see when it's being taken down. So my business actually absolutely benefited from everything going on this weekend. That's how it's supposed to work. You shouldn't be looking for hurdles. You shouldn't be making problems. It benefited everybody. So thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else in the house for now?
I shall go.
You shall. That's very formal of you.
Good evening, James Jursak, 196 Malt Ave. I too share the concern about safety of pedestrians and vehicular traffic. I get it. It's all about safety. But pushing this forward, I feel, is a mistake without doing more research. This is what I discovered about the demographics of our village of Ballston Spa. Please understand these figures are approximation, sorry. 20.2% of our population are senior citizens. 8% are considered to be living at the poverty level. 22% of our population have a household median income of $35,000 or less. Again, the financial burden that may be placed on some of these individuals is horrendous, in my opinion. Perhaps the village could also have been more transparent about this sidewalk issue. Many people I've talked to, especially seniors, as I presented in my meeting, the meeting of May 22nd, we're not even aware of this. They don't use social media. They don't have computers. It's not the papers, to my knowledge. They had no idea this was coming down upon them possibly. No idea. I don't want to label this as a transparent issue. I label it more leaning towards translucent at best. Don't more of our residents need to be kept up on issues such as this, which may cause, like I said, a financial burden upon them. Also, on Memorial Day weekend, I talked to a couple contractors who deal with cement. ADA compliance states sidewalks have to be 5 feet wide. I also spoke to local contractors as well. I stated that, sorry. They estimate $12 to $14 per square foot of concrete. That's just for the concrete, not the prep, not the forms, not the wire mesh, not the excavation, not the takeoff. That's $12 to $14 alone, just to have them show up with the mud. Okay? Does the village board, are they aware that the village owns 52 parcels of land in the village? What? I'm sorry, not in the village. They own 52 parcels of land. Of these 52 parcels, how many are without sidewalks? So in good conscience, those properties the village owns should be sidewalked. Money again. Where's it coming from? I don't believe there's a grant. I haven't heard of it. I have done some estimated costs of the concrete. Again, just concrete alone. At $12 a square foot, starting at someone's property that may be 25 linear feet up to a total of 250 linear feet at increments of 25 feet. It's astounding what just the concrete costs. I have figures here. Anyone wants to see it? Teach math at school. I think I know what I'm doing. Has this board also considered placing a non-binding resolution on this November's election or on this November's ballot regarding the sidewalk issue? This can be done because it was done in either 94 or 99. I know that for a fact, one of those 2 years. Also, someone mentioned something about power poles. I don't know if the village board is aware of this or anyone is. I was astounded by this myself. I talked to a local developer in the town of Milton to move one power pole.
$20,000?
$40,000. Okay? So let's cut that down to $10,000. How many telephone poles do we have to move? At $10,000. The cost of this developer was $40,000 for one power pole. Again, how are we going to finance this? I just don't get it. I understand the safety.
I can answer that very quickly.
Okay.
It was a developer, so he had to pay a fee. If the municipality owns a right of way, the utility is a guest in our right of way.
So there's no cost involved.
They have to move it. Now, when they're gonna move it, it's completely different than
okay, then that's an issue as well. I get it. So if you say it's cost-free, okay, let's wipe that out. But we also have to consider people who have beautified their lawns, and it may be on the right of way, with shrubs, trees, fences, decorative, whatever may have you, that are on the right of way. So we're gonna tell these people, take your stuff down or putting a sidewalk in. You have to put a sidewalk in. I don't know about the Village of Friends anymore, I really don't. Thank you. And I have a list of the parcels.
Anybody else in? We have a hand up on Zoom, might as well go to there. And that is
Kristen.
Iglucci. Got it. Kristen, you are good to go.
Hi, everyone. Kristen Iglucci, 24 Chapman Street. I just wanted to make a brief comment to add my support in making it easier to ride the bus and have a walkable village with continuous sidewalks. I think it's important that we connect the north end of our village, the south end, and make it easier for folks to get around without having to get a car. That would make it, we would have less congestion, less traffic. I don't think we should be blaming the buses for all of the traffic in the village. It's the fact that we all need cars to get around right now safely. Speaking from my perspective, with a young family, also single moms I know, young people, they all want walkability and they want access to public transportation. And a lot of them are looking to move to Ballston Spa because we do offer that compared to our neighbors. So I think we need to improve upon that. I think there was a comment about moving a bus stop 500 feet and how that's not a big deal. I can tell you, it might not seem like a big deal, but in the middle of winter, walking around with a bunch of groceries, carrying a baby on your hip and pushing a stroller, that 500 feet is a lot. I think we should be making it easier for people to take the bus in all conditions and not harder and making them walk farther to get to the bus stop. I think we also should take into effect the folks that visit our village for our Saratoga County services, as mentioned by the first public commenter. We need to invest in making our village more walkable and easier to access public transportation. Thank you.
Somebody correct me if I'm wrong about one thing though, because I meant to ask this earlier. If we moved it to Front Street going north, are we on a hill? Like a pretty big precipice at that point still? And it starts to flatten out toward Malta Avenue?
It's not. It's, the hill really starts right at the bridge. On the others, on the post office side of the, that's where it really starts.
That's what I'm saying. So going northbound, the bus would be on that side, I believe,
No,
right?
the way they had northbound, it was gonna be in front of like Pizza Works, going north and on south, and the one that takes up
Oh,
only
they'd
two
be in the
cars.
intersection, you're
They're gonna
saying?
be, it's gonna be, right, in the intersection, well, I guess so, yes. And then on the going, southbound, it's gonna be around O'Brien's.
I'll take another look at it, but I'm just curious on that, yeah.
It's not, it's actually in front of the house next to Pizza Mart, just below the old rail
I will,
access.
go on. Nobody else on Zoom, I just want to move along, I was wondering that question, thank you for that. Okay, Gina, go ahead.
Gina Morosi, 10 Old Blue Lane. 50 emails regarding our structures.
There wasn't all of that structure, but a majority had said,
That's foilable, correct?
yes.
Okay. I'll be
Post
foilable for those
it.
who've been more Terry. Sorry. Mark made a really good point, and I keep asking this board, what are we doing so wrong? What are we doing that's so bad? It's not like we threw wood in the middle of Wiswell Park, told everybody to wrap their kids in bubble wrap and go for it because it's deadly. That big birdhouse was drawn up by an engineer. It sunk 4 feet into the ground with 4 posts for support. It was constructed by BOCES students under the direction of professionals that teach there. So instead of trying to prevent us the week before with an email that was received by Mark at what, 11:47 PM? Why didn't you just ask us? How did this come about? Just have a conversation. 50 emails? 50. And Liz, I'm not gonna call you a liar, because that wouldn't be very nice. But if it walks like a duck and it quacks like a duck, and vendors at the farmer's market came up to us and volunteered information that you told them that they should complain about the construction of those things in Wiswell Park, and then you're calling them liars? They volunteered it to us. We didn't go around asking. We went around asking if they'd all like to attend the Birdhouse Festival. We'd love to have you. Please show up at 10. We'll find a spot for you. And then they proceeded to tell us that that's what you were doing there. So you guys have consistently tried to limit our funding, make us get extra insurance. You actually tried to keep $2,000 that was donated to us, but by mistake went to the village office. Now you're insulting, putting all these restrictions on our structures. You've never done this to one group ever before, ever. But it's not political and it's not against us. I feel sorry for you because your hatred and your vindictiveness and you're trying to get ahead and be powerful has clouded that you didn't even see the beauty of what happened yesterday in this village. The kids laughing, running around, playing, doing crafts, looking for the birdhouses, eating ice cream. Doesn't get more Americana than that. It doesn't get more village than that. But you want to micromanage it to death and prevent these things from happening. And I'll tell you straight up, and it doesn't matter who I'm related to, Ben, because I don't listen to him, and you can ask him.
He doesn't.
There's no freaking way you're going to stop us. These events will go on in spite of you, in spite of your hatred, and in spite of your micromanagement. We will find a way, with or without you. I suggest you go with us because everything I've heard all week, still going on, people over there coming into town, taking pictures, telling us how fabulous this is, how we wish we had this in our town. And you guys just want to crap all over it. So it's up to you. Up to you. Oh, and yes, and we still have birdhouse t-shirts for sale.
I like this. Mostly children's size.
Mostly children's.
Anybody else in the house? Yes, Chris.
Chris Dubuque, 6 Kaling Drive. I just want to piggyback on a few things that were said here. The senior parade is a lovely treasure unless you are trying to plan a 17th year anniversary and the school waits till the last minute to tell you exactly when the parade is going to be. Fortunately, though, this village does have a lot of unique things to do for your 17th anniversary, picking our favorite things, and that's exactly what we did on Saturday. Waverly Antiques got some new glasses there, had a lovely breakfast from Nightworks. Ordered sushi from Legend Sushi. Again, walked around the village. It's always a delight to walk around and see so many people out, whether it's for the garage sale or just in passing. Then you feel bad that, it's just you and your wife and your kids didn't get to enjoy any of that. They make their own meal at home and everything. So we went out Sunday after and brought our one son that did want to volunteer to come out. He noticed when he could take his face off his cell phone for a minute, whoa, what happened to Front Street? This looks new. It does look great down there. The other thing is the Birdhouse Festival is it was good to see. It really was. That structure alone, how many people go up and down 50? And that thing, you see that birdhouse out there with all the birdhouses attached. The letters are great. I saw the pictures of the letters that were coming up. I saw the letters as they're getting painted where they were, but then see the birdhouses attached to them. That was just incredible. And the first thing when I walked into work today, work at Saratoga County Employment and Training, was the director there saying, how was it? How was the festival? It was great. There were a ton of people there. one thing they were considering doing was setting up a table. Again, my heart always goes out to the middle or lower income families. One thing that they couldn't set up a table this year was because we do a summer youth program where we work with a lot of kids from low income families, and we help them get work so they can help contribute to rent and mortgages and whatever the case may be. So they couldn't set a table up there this year. But imagine that festival, like it's so many outsiders, so many people who probably reside right within the county, but not the village necessarily, don't even know that we have a building. That's what we do, and just try to contribute to the county as a whole and to the village. So I'd love to see a table there next year. I'll volunteer to man it myself, even though I deal more with the adult population. So again, that's just a great treasure. And I want to give everybody, I'm looking out in this crowd, and I've seen a few people that work that event, volunteer that event. I know there's a couple that helped clean up Westwall Park and plant some flowers and put some mulch down to make it look nice for both the farmers market as well as that event. Again, I'd just like to have a round of applause for everybody that put that together, that orchestrated that volunteered their time. Again, that's why we chose to move from Milton, build a house in Ballston Spa. And again, that's why we continue to stay here and try to really encourage other people to move to the village as well. And again, if we could stop thinking about how to micromanage things. My wife even came up with a plan. How can we contribute? She came up with a great idea for Westwall. If we planted perennials and then donated them to the Friends of Westwall to put in that park, then we wouldn't have to come in front of Park and Tree and come in front of you guys and ask for money for flowers and for other projects we plan on doing there. So again, that's how you contribute back to the village. But it is a shame when I see, even just looking at the agenda, that you want to contractualize the birdhouse and family fun day and all these other things, because again, think of how many kids that, that what they did on Sunday, that's all they got to do on Sunday. And again, it was great to see the table there with Curtis Lumber building the birdhouses. We didn't participate this year, we participated in years past. And I remember my son, my oldest, when he saw his birdhouse hanging up, and how fun it was to look for that. And again, that's why we were encouraged to move to this village, because somebody said a long time ago, it's a great place to raise a family. It really is. And again, just imagine how many of those kids will stay behind and raise their own families as long as we continue to have these wonderful things and expand on them, not limit them, not control them, not micromanage, but expand on them or ask, what can we do to make them better? And again, this isn't a personal attack on anybody up here, because I know some of you were helping me with mulching and everything else for that park, but how can we do it better and not make this, it just sometimes feels like a circus. I'm just going to say what it is. And we could get so much more done if there's a less politicking up here and more, how do we come together as trustees and as a village and as residents and just make this a better place. I hope that will happen. This weekend was beautiful, and the business, I imagine just being a business owner, but again, being a resident, I was more than happy to spend my money here. And Speckled Pig is also a great place, but don't tell Mike and Real McCoy I still like Real McCoy. Thank you.
They're both great. Okay, anybody else? Seeing no hands on Zoom, let us go to board comments, questions, concerns. I did it right for the first time ever, I swear. I always try to skip it by accident.
I just wanted to relay a comment I got from Todd Shimkus from the Saratoga County Chamber. He said that event was excellent. He loved everything about the Birdhouse Festival. So I think that man knows a thing or two about promoting communities. And so I just wanted to share that with you guys. So thank you. Congratulations.
So I'll just respond to Ms. Morosi's comments. Sister of the mayor and leader of the ASCC. Your comments.
I'm not a leader. I'm a volunteer for ASCC.
You're at least a spokesperson.
And why even start there, honestly? Why even start there? If you had a comment, just make the comments.
Because I want to point out that Ms. Morosi takes every opportunity to politicize the events, to put us in a negative light, in a distorted way that is absolutely political and wrong, inaccurate. So you say we withhold money from your organization. We have doubled the birdhouse project from 5,000 to 11,000. That's over 100%. We have increased Family Fun Day from 8,500, we actually spent 11,000 on it, to over 15,000. So we are big supporters of these events.
That's taxpayer money, number one. Number two, I was talking about the slip building.
Excuse me, I know you feel entitled to talk.
Stop lying.
Stop talking.
Stop lying.
I'm not lying.
Okay.
Those are the facts, and you need to stop interrupting.
Okay, both of you for a second. Yeah, let him finish, but I also get an opportunity, and I'm going to do what I need to do when I get my opportunity.
Okay.
And
I'm gonna
go.
go out and have a cigarette.
All right. You can watch on TV.
Kiss my-
So you're politicizing this, and that needs to be pointed out. We support these events. I think it was a beautiful event. We paid for it, for much of it. I know you do fundraising as well. We supported it on village property, and I'm glad that you are doing it and that you are so good at it, Mark. And don't forget it, that's right. DPW, God knows how much time they spent on that. And it's, you know, again, it's a great village contribution, but let's not pretend, you don't do this, Mark, but Ms. Morozzi does. She politicizes this all the time and denigrates our work up here for political reasons. And it's not fair, it's not accurate. We support your events. We are, you know, you call it some people call it micromanaging. I call it due diligence. It's our responsibility to make sure that events are done properly and equally for everybody. Yes, definitely. And that we know what's going on. We approve what's going on village property. And that just needs to happen. The fact that Ms. Rosey saying I'm going to foil these emails. Yeah, you're just going to perpetuate the politicization of your organization. Your organization you're politicizing it, just so you know, you are politicizing it.
Okay.
I'll be interested to see how fast the village answers your foils, because I'm aware that a resident has foiled for information and has not received it.
You mean your boy Keith?
No.
Just a little bit. I just want to thank DPW. They did an incredible job.
I was actually going to take care of that.
Wow.
Yes.
Yes.
DPW.
Thanks to
would be on the call.
DPW. Mark, just thank DPW for doing all that work.
They are just wonderful guys. They can't say enough good.
Especially after doing Front Street project, which took, it consumed so much time and energy and everything else on them. So yes, thank you to them.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
You might want to know.
Yeah, probably. I guess there's a couple different subjects here, and I know that more than one person hit on it, so this is just going to be directed out there. The first thing would be sidewalks. I understand that there's certain locations that probably will never receive sidewalks, and that may have to do with a number of things, whether there's limited right of way, where there's just not a lot of pedestrian traffic. There's a lot of issues there. Really, what my biggest concern on is where we have existing sidewalks and gaps in those sidewalks. I do agree, there's a lot of sidewalks that are needing repair or replacement. And one of the things that seems to be getting missed here is everybody's like, well, I got to install a new sidewalk. That's going to cost a fortune. Actually, a full replacement of a sidewalk is more expensive than a new installation, because you have to tear out the old one and put new subbase in and install a new sidewalk. So, and that actually falls under our current, the code that we've discussed thus far. So that would be more, people would be compelled to spend even more than installing a sidewalk under the code as it's currently written. So my biggest concern is looking at strategically with a smart plan, filling in the gaps, and also repairing the existing sidewalks. And that may be from the central business district radiating outward. There may be some areas of concern where, you know, there's a lot of children who are walking and there's gaps, and so it forces them out on the road. But that's something that is going to be basically attached to whatever legislation happens as a sidewalk renewal plan, or whatever we want to dub it. However it ends up, whatever the sidewalk code ends up. But The other issue I want to talk about was relocation of the bus stop. If we really relocated it 500 feet to the north, the Milton, Washington one, what we do is we move the problem 500 feet to the north. So it's going to back up, and now the congestion is actually going to back through the intersection. So you thought you had a problem with fire trucks before, now it's virtually impassable. So actually having them at the intersections, before the intersection, usually leaves that intersection open. So that's one of the things we have to consider is there's going to be backups. And I'm concerned with part of this because I'm not sure if they've left the total width to allow a through vehicle through when there's one queue for a left. And that's why I'm going to request a capacity operational analysis so that we can determine what the level of service would be at that intersection if they basically had one left turn blocking the whole thing. I mean, that's important to know.
Even at 6 feet, there's no way. At 6 feet, there would be no way.
Right,
You
well-
and I both know what that would entail.
If we have adjacent street parking right now and we still have that egress, what he's saying is it wouldn't change. Now, I find that a little suspect. I would need to have that fleshed out. Maybe it needs to move back even a little bit more. But those are modifications. And what I've seen is usually with some just intelligent tweaking of a design, you can serve both worlds. You can help out the bus ridership. You can help out the pedestrians. And also, people may not be aware that those two signals at Front Street and Washington are slated to be for a complete rebuild. It's supposed to happen this construction season, but because there's 6-month delays on getting signal poles, we'll see. But that's going to require a lot of concrete work, which probably the sidewalks are going to have to be modified, removed, and replaced as a result, because there's a lot of conduit and underground wire that has to go through. It would be great if we had some sort of idea so that they could incorporate whatever design whilst that's being done. I think that's really ambitious since that may happen as early as this fall. So, but the third part was, Mr. Rosie mentioned that you had an engineer design it. So I assume we have engineering plans. Are they stamped? Are there details of the securing devices? Because those were all the really good things to know. And that would also help our insurance broker understand what type of insurance we would need for, to indemnify the village.
That was Tim Wade from Verdi, right? So you did it, yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I mean, if you could share those, that would be great.
Jeff asked them already, but I'll send them.
I'd like
go
to
ahead.
know, how come that's the first we heard of this about this structure?
Did you ask?
No, this should be presented as part of what you're going to do. We can't guess what you're doing. All I saw was a drawing of some structure.
Liz, when the questions came up, I said flat out to Ben on a Friday night, we had the 5th email of it, call the man. Instead, he put out an email, and it started a tumultuous week of emails at that point.
It was a perfectly appropriate email. And you also said, good luck calling Mark. That was not going to be helpful.
Well, you know what?
There's nothing wrong with email.
And there's nothing wrong with picking up the phone when you need instant information, especially in a short-term scenario. Okay.
But then the person has to relate what that conversation was, and that's not acceptable to you.
That's fine, but this was a conversation for them to get on the same page, not for me to get information at that point, was it?
The rest of the board
It didn't
needs to
have to
know
be-
what the exchange is about.
Yeah, didn't have to be antagonistic. I'm glad that tonight has not been that antagonistic. I appreciate it.
Yeah, and just so you know, if you do have engineering plans, and this goes for anyone, not just us, if they're gonna create something when you come before the board, you know, requesting funds or an application or approval, those should be included in your packet, because that would answer a ton of questions, so.
If that was on the application that you need those, that would probably help.
5% less.
So we would know what it is. We can't imagine what it is you need.
That's an excellent point.
Well, that's why we're being explicit that when structures, especially big structures, go on the park running at the time, that needs specific approval.
What's a
in
big
my
structure?
opinion.
Define a big structure.
The board comments, questions, concerns, I get a chance to, so may I? Thanks. I'm going to tell you what my biggest concern about that with the Front Street would be, and see what your thought is. Ultimately, the traffic backup during certain times of the day right now already goes past the High Street intersection. My concern is that if it backs all the way to McMaster Street, or worse than it currently does, then you have no through street ultimately to gain access until Thomas. And that's not a small distance for emergency purposes ultimately. And so if we're going to do something that backs up traffic all the way past McMaster Street with no ability to get around without a possible safety issue, because there is, it doesn't pop out until it gets closer to High Street there, then I have a real issue with it. And they need to study that one, I think.
Oh, absolutely great. I mean, they need to do an operational analysis and come up with, you know, a couple of scenarios as to whether, you know, it may be simple signal programming change where we might be able to flush more stuff out. But they can do those scenarios. There's modeling software that they can perform the alternatives and say, hey, this is what it's going to look like. If we do this, it's what it, you know, alternative A, B, and C. I mean, I don't know what their initial funding for the study is, but obviously given the congestion here, that really needs to be thoroughly vetted.
The other thing for me is that bump outs are great for wider streets because it does shorten that pathway, but still gives some notice to the driver. I think on narrow streets, the bump outs actually could be a pedestrian problem sometimes, because the first step you take out onto the street from there onto the crosswalk is in traffic instead of, let's say, in that pad that you have usually with parked cars. And that's got to be something we have to be very careful with on a narrow street, just to make sure we're not stepping in it in that respect. Last thing too is that somebody had brought up the question of snow removal. I think it was you, Christine. And I really do have a question. Are we adding to the responsibility of the landowner, adjacent landowner, or is somebody else going to take care of the additional snow removal that has to occur on the bump out? My guess is it's going to fall on the landowner. And if that's the case, that becomes even more of an issue in terms of getting the cooperation from the landowner in this type of situation to want that situation to develop there. I'm not saying I'm against that. I'm just saying that these are things we have to be very, very considerate of in that whole situation when we look at it with them, and we need to look at it with them. That was made clear to us tonight. With respect to the constant, and it just keeps going and going and going like the Energizer Bunny. All of us could start picking on everybody's affiliations, relationships, etc. I do not sit here and micromanage your wife's seating on the school board. I think it's great. I think it's a wonderful thing she does at the end of the day. I support everything with the school, as you probably know, from social media and whatnot. And I would never go there. And I just bring up as an example because it's not necessary every 5 seconds to try to go and attack somebody's family for the sake of attacking somebody's family. It's just ridiculous. And I will sit here and say, congratulations to Julia on getting elected to that position. And I hope she does wonderful things in that position. I may not agree with everything she has voted on, but congratulations to her. But that's the type of thing at the end of the day we need to do more, is support people. John, you were somewhat connected to the after prom party. Nobody calls you out for it because you know what? It was a great thing we were doing. And we will continue to do. In fact, I asked a parent up there, how did it go? That was asking specifically about that because I want to make sure it was a great success because I know we're given to it future years. And I saw stuff on social media how great it went. I'm thrilled. I'm not calling you out for maybe you were too close to somebody that was part of that whole thing or something like that. Why would I?
That's what my son didn't go to.
Well, he was lost. But you get my point,
Yeah.
okay? And, Liz, we've had a back and forth about certain aspects, but look, at the end of the day, let's not continuously go after people for having their opinions, for having their support levels on certain things. You know what? Gina Rosie lived 14 years without my existence on this earth. She tells me to go fly a kite more often than you know. She doesn't talk to me for days at a time because of that and everything else. She's her own person. I'm my own person. Yes, we are a true Italian family. But the whole idea here is that it needs to stop. Okay, you could have made your point without going there, but you had to start it again. And it just gets uncomfortable and unnecessary. And you know what? Let's celebrate the fact that insert name here worked with insert nonprofit here to have a successful event. Congratulations. Judy, congratulations on Friends of Wiswall getting some great work done in the park. BSBPA, congratulations on everything you've been doing, including the farmers market, including First Fridays. I don't care who's on those organizations. Congratulations and thank you among the words that should be coming out of our mouths more often than not. Thank you. Thank all of you for everything you have done to make this community a better place. Motions? Can I get a motion that Moxie Women's Foundation be granted permission to hold a women-owned business trades show at the Saratoga County Fairgrounds on June 17th from 10 a.m. until 5 p.m. Proof of liability insurance has been provided.
I'll make the motion.
Trustee Fontaine.
Second.
Trustee Quirmhouse. Any discussion?
Another question. I saw that they're already advertised for this. How does, what do?
We had a conversation with the fairgrounds, Terry and I, with Jennifer Flinton, because we've grown concerned about not always getting the permit requests for every event. For instance, Boozapalooza, I think is one, which is the old craft beer event. They got changed names. But we're working with them to get them the updated forms in their packet, because they do have a packet. And she was surprised to hear that certain people had not been, because their policy is to, when renting out, to make sure that they know, get your approval ultimately from the village if it's the right size. I think they're also confused about the size limitation. We're not looking, and I've assured them of this, we're not looking to stop their events. We're looking to know they're happening so that we don't accidentally close a street that would create access issues like what happened last year, and to also allow the neighbors to know what the heck's going on. I heard enough questions about the monster truck show this weekend, and I could hear the monster truck show from all the way on Saratoga Avenue. So that's one we'll have to really consider. I mean, you got to live through the demolition derby as it is if you're up there. So
Tractor pulls,
all that stuff. So I mean, another weekend of that. I'm not sure I'm thrilled about that one, but okay, we got through this weekend, and we learned from that. But the long story short is that we are attempting to make sure that we get the right information from the fairgrounds and from the people.
Yeah, I guess that should be on there. I guess for me, if it could be reiterated to the fairgrounds, to their applicants, that I don't know, I'm just not comfortable with them advertising before they even have a permission. So
Yep.
I guess.
We'll add that to the
Okay,
discussion.
thank you.
And Terry, if you think it's smart, if you just want to reach out to Jennifer, continue the conversation, maybe add that, or on Wednesday, excuse me, but yes, please. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. How you feel best on that one. She can fill in her vote on this if she wants to vote yes. How's that? Can I get a motion that the police department be granted permission to apply for a federal grant for bulletproof vests through the Department of Justice? Trustee Fontaine.
Second.
Trustee Raymond. Discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Can I get a motion that the Park and Tree Board be authorized to expend the amount of $1,137.72 for 2 benches for Victory Park?
I'll make the motion.
Trustee Baskin.
I'll second.
Trustee Fontaine. Discussion.
They're expensive.
Yes, they are. We get these circulars every month, and I'm amazed every time I look in those. Then I hand them properly to Jennifer. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Can I get a motion that Ribbon Cafe be granted permission to conduct the Ballston Spa Sunshine Kids Lemonade Stand at charity event on 7/29 from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. and shut down Prospect Street from the edge of the parking lot to the west of Ribbon to Bath Street. This would cause no interference to the gas station as entrance from both Prospect Street and Route 50 would still be accessible. Proof of liability insurance has been provided.
I make the motion.
Trustee Fandesa.
Second.
Trustee Raymond, discussion.
Yes, I have a few questions. Does she mean Thompson Street instead of Bath Street?
No, she does mean Bath Street to the hill, basically. I think they want to make sure that there's a blockage for full-on traffic, but you can still take the right onto Bath Street at that point.
Could we make sure that the residents, there's like apartments there and access to the back half of the factory? I just want to make sure that people have that local access there.
Oh, I assume we're gonna have signage.
Yes.
And it's, are we gonna have signage on Route 50 about, because last time people just kept churning.
We have to come up with a better system when these happen, to be honest with you. So I would say yes, but also send me a reminder email if you can on this one to work with Jeff on it. I think I hear where you're going with it. And last time it was a little confusing for people. We don't want to stop this from happening, obviously, but we want to make sure.
Yeah,
that we
I
have
just want to.
the right signs. Go ahead.
It's not really clear how much length of street is going to be closed. Is it all the way from Bath to Prospect?
Bath to,
No, Bath.
Bath is Bath on Prospect. So Prospect Street from Bath
Is it?
to the parking lot entrance way for the gas station, basically.
So it's like
Right there.
So it's quite a stretch of street, which is not really big.
Yes.
Okay.
It's kind of similar to last year, just a little.
I think it's a little bit more, yeah.
Well, you know what the problem was last year, because I went to their, I forget which, I should be on my, I apologize, everyone, we're really bad about this tonight. And last year, when they had their event, I can see why they're asking for further up the hill, because what happened is people were not expecting to have to kind of stop. They thought they could go through all the way to Route 50 and people were kind of flying down and it was a little uncomfortable at times. So I get that. But yeah, I'll remind you about the signage. So
We'll figure out the best methodology to make
Yeah,
sure
no, I
protection.
just figured out it's that section of Prospect, but they have
Yes.
an alternate way to go.
Yeah.
Okay.
We had talked about them having a system for notifying neighbors, since they do this on a regular basis, that they should just have that process in place, so their neighbors can know.
All in favor of this, though?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Liz, A, B, and C, did you have any issues with? Because we'll add you as yeses, just to make sure.
Yeah, Terry just asked me.
Okay, good. Just want to make sure included as unanimous on those. Can I get a motion that Union Fire Company number 2 be granted permission to participate in 4 out-of-district parades with Engine Rescue 14-4? Parade list is attached.
I'll make the motion.
Trustee Fandesa.
Second.
Trustee Raymond, discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. We've got some swimming pool motions coming up here. First, we're going to talk about a motion that Swimming Under the Stars be held on August 12th from 7 p.m. until midnight. We put those hours because we want to give them the cleanup time and all that stuff, just so you know. So motion on that.
I'll make the motion.
Trustee Fandesa.
Second.
Trustee Cormos, discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Can I get a motion that the attached list of pool staff be approved for hire with pay rates as follows? Director, $18 per hour. Assistant Director, $15.75 an hour. Guards and instructors, $15 per hour.
I'll make the motion.
Trustee Fandesa.
Second.
Trustee Raymond, you guys are on a rhythm right now. Discussion,
That's an increase in salary.
but it was reflected on the budget. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Can I get a motion that the attached pool schedule and schedule of fees be approved?
I'll make the motion.
Trustee Fandesa.
Second.
Trustee Cormos for a change. Discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Can I get a motion that the village observe Juneteenth as a national holiday and that all village staff be granted Monday, June 19th, 2023 as a holiday in observance?
I'll make the motion.
Trustee Fandesa.
I'll second.
Trustee Basket, you wanted so badly. I saw
I
it.
gotta spread it.
Yeah. Discussion.
Well, to Christine Fitzpatrick point.
The same amount of cost as last year to do the same thing.
That isn't an answer.
But it's a minimal effect ultimately on us, and it is something that we've been asked multiple times by DPW, to be honest with you. So it's a question of repeating what we did last year, which we did this at a special meeting, if you remember correctly. I think it was our shortest meeting in our 14, 15 months together.
But you don't have an exact figure.
It's the same thing as what a snow day would be ultimately. What it affects our.
The state does it. I think it's basically what's
Yeah.
gonna happen.
Okay.
All in
It's a
favor?
holiday.
Thank you. All in
It's a
favor?
Holiday, you have to pay, and police work, you have to pay
All-
time and a half. right?
All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Can I get a motion that the village board approve the expenditure of $16,919.50 through the use of ARPA funds located in unallocated general fund balance. The emergency repair work performed by TKC near the Lowell Street Pump Station off Doubleday Avenue to eliminate a persistent leak and flooding condition.
Make the motion.
Trustee Fandesa.
Second.
Trustee Raymond, discussion.
Is this something that is to be fixed or? has-
It was fixed. We have this bill. It was not planned spending. And so my thought was, under the conditions of what ARPA allows, that this is probably a proper usage of it. So with $300,000 we have, obviously we got some other things that we planned with it, but we still have some room to do this.
Yeah, because I saw the flooding into the street
Yep.
and everything, and so it is repaired.
Yep.
Good.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Can I get a motion approving the engineering proposal from Labella Associates for work to be performed and proposing best relocation options and designing a replacement for a sewer pipe located under Wiswall Park? Trustee Fandesa.
I'll second.
Trustee Raymond. I was wondering when you were coming out with that discussion.
The only caveat I would have, you do say options. So I would like to see a cost analysis of leaving it basically in its current alignment, and perhaps maybe one or two other and the costs associated with those different options.
Just send me an email, put Joel and Arrow on it and Jeff on it, and that's the way we should roll with those things, okay? Because I have no problem with that. I get what you're saying, but you know, I think sometimes we kind of just go direct to Joe and I find out about it later, and then we end up in a collision course. So let's cooperate in the liaison role scenario. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Can I get a motion approving a water hookup to the property located at 40 Glen Street inside the village? Trustee Fandesa.
Second.
Trustee Cormos, discussion. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Can I get a motion to have okay, I guess this is, can I have a motion to have all Wiswall Park conceptual design alternatives reviewed by the village engineer, Labella Associates, for constructability and any conflicts with existing utilities, structures, and landscaping?
I guess I'm gonna table that.
Yeah, I think it was, again, the chicken and egg situation. So we're just not gonna make that motion and we'll just move on. Can I get a motion that also?
No, we have to vote. to see.
No, because it's just presented as a possible motion, but nobody actually made the motion.
Okay.
Can I get a motion that all submittals by consultants, engineers, service providers, or contractors pertaining to subject matter that will subsequently require board approval be shared with all village board members within 1 business day of receipt by village staff or elected officials?
I make that motion.
Trustee Cormos.
I'll second.
Trustee Raymond, discussion. I don't know it's necessarily a requirement for board approval until a motion's made is the problem here.
I think we all know if something's gonna have to be voted on by the board, because it's gonna cost money. If it ultimately is gonna take out of our budget, then it's gonna require board approval, so.
Well, you did this with the crosswalk. The crosswalk doesn't technically need further board approval, you realize.
Yeah, I understand that, but what I don't understand is,
And you're gonna get it, by the way.
I understand, but I don't know, I mean, it was sent to you Monday. I don't know why it was just not quickly forwarded to all the board. If you had any caveats, you certainly could have wrote them on there. I don't understand why holding that information. I still haven't seen the plans, and I saw the proposal came in Thursday, but you had it Monday. I'm just, again, in the spirit of collaboration, the sooner we have the same information you have, we are not in the dark.
The proposal for Wiswall, which is the second thing you're talking about
Right.
sewer pipe, was because I want to make sure that they were including relocation options in there because it was not actually verbose in there. And I just want to make sure we're there. And I also knew I was meeting with Judy and Caitlin on Wednesday. So out of fairness, I want to make sure I had complete information before we went in that direction.
I understand that, but those are caveats that you can put in and say, I still need to do this, but here's the information. It is not an excuse to withhold information from the rest of the board members.
You could change it to say that it will require budget expenditure.
If you want to do that, that's fine. Require budget expenditures. I'm fine with that change.
Well, why is that better than just board approval? There could be multiple reasons
Well,
for
because
board
he's
approval.
saying you don't know if it's gonna be.
For instance, he just brought up, the roof has to be already approved, isn't it? Isn't
Is there
necessarily.
other board approval needed at any point for that?
Realistically, no, because it's general DPW work to ramp it to that point.
You can just say that the biddles by consultants, engineers, service providers, and contractors. Yeah, be sure.
And if one business day is too short, I'm going to go 2 or 3 business days.
It would help us, it would help us, it would avoid confusion too, if, we're wondering what's going on, then,
Like, for instance, I haven't seen the conceptual plans that they already have. That would be good to see. Because I already know what the sewer looks like there and what it would, take. So
I guess my issue here, and I didn't want to go here, but you're kind of hitting me in the box on it, is the issue of, you've had a couple of conversations with Joe Lanero without Jeff or me on the phone. We're here in that executive role of getting these things executed ultimately, and also aware of what Joe Lanero and Labella's schedules are and what they are and aren't producing right now, because we've thrown 6, 7 different things at them right now. And so we have bogged them down, there's no doubt. And it doesn't help to have the lone wolf scenario. So if you're willing to keep us on all the emails and calls in some format, and I'll tell you also, Joe, to not be a political football.
the last I checked, you call Joe all the time and don't include me on it.
Right, but you're the liaison to the executive. Sometimes the executive's going to call him himself. But I also got him to a point where he's going to produce a monthly update document for us on all of our statuses with them. And so he doesn't want to be a political football either. And that's his answer to it.
I understand, and I don't think I ever made him a political football. I just,
Well,
as
put him on the
liaison,
spot.
I'm entitled to call him as his trustee Cornwell, as his trustee Baskin. He's our village engineer, and any board member can call them whenever they like.
Yeah, like, honestly, Sean, it doesn't happen in other municipalities for a reason. I mean, I went to Carl, I asked her on this one, because who would know better than the attorney that deals with a lot of municipalities? And I mean, there's a level of micromanagement going on here that no other municipality she deals with does, because generally the thought is that the executive handles these things and will provide the information as you need it.
I
And
agree
was,
with, but that's not happening.
what are you lacking that you need right now?
Well, I would like to see the crosswalk plans. I should have seen them Monday. I should have seen the proposal Monday. There's no reason to hold those. I don't see there any reason to hold the plans that have already been made. That should be shared with the board too.
The problem with you seeing the crosswalk plans is you work with DOT, and so we're not technically approved. We're not technically approved for that location yet.
Again, I can look at the plans and say, and look at it, say, it looks good to me. I'm not advocating for DOT or the village. I'm just looking at a set of plans. I don't, and it turned out that was a whole boondoggle anyways, because the engineer and Jeff had already resolved all those issues. There was no issue.
No, there was an issue that DOT hasn't approved the location.
Right, well, they didn't provide you with a finite location. I'm perfectly fine with you going and double checking before we move forward,
It's to
but-
save money at the end of the day, because God forbid they say, yeah, no, we would prefer an actual intersection.
I agree with that decision. I'm not disagreeing with that decision.
You know, the concern is that it's not an actual intersection, right?
Crosswalks can be.
Oh, I know it, but the reason they said what they said was because that was an intersection.
Can we get back to the?
There's no harm in sharing work that we've approved to have done in a timely manner.
Yeah.
And you're right, you should put in the email, this is the status, this is what's going on, this is the conversation.
Well, Joe's gonna do that himself.
That's fine.
Okay, moving forward, he's gonna share, but again, if it's gonna be monthly, and it's not gonna be timely based on a board meeting.
But again, call me. If you have that question, call me. I'll be like, hey, Sean,
Why
here's.
can't you just put it in writing? What is your aversion
What
to
is-
putting it in
What
writing?
is your aversion to having a phone call, somebody you're supposed to work with?
I don't have an aversion.
You
But what
are-
I like writing is because I can go back and I know exactly what was said. And that is immutable. So it's not subject to interpretation, it's there.
Not for nothing, you're the liaison of the pleasure of the executive. You should have a relationship with, you pick up the phone, the executive, say, hey, we need to do this, or here, what's going on here?
We're all very busy, and email is the primary source of communication. It has been for the last few years, ever since former Mayor Woolbright got us all emails. And it worked perfectly well until April of last year. And I still don't understand why we simply can't collaborate ahead of these meetings so they don't take 4 hours. Because that's the only reason. Because there's a lack of collaboration, a lack of sharing information is why these things take so long. Because we hash it out here instead of hashing it out ahead of time. So.
I mean, I generally think that, yes, I encourage the mayor to give stuff to the board, as soon as feasible. But again, these motions constantly come on these agendas. And maybe I'm the only one. It wouldn't matter for Christine or any other mayor on this board. It bothers me that we constantly picking apart what the executive is doing in the sense of adding more hurdles. And I don't know if we could again, I kind of say this whenever I see these kind of motions. Can we maybe reset, try to do better, get Frank something more timely? I just think that there's, it could be handled more on a, let's try to be professional level rather than.
We tried this for over a year.
Trying to get one thing for over a year?
No, we
We
tried.
tried to get him to collaborate ahead of these meetings for over a year.
Yeah, but you know what?
There's
Can I tell
just
you?
a simple refusal, Bernadette. It's
Sean.
just plain and simple.
Collaboration works both ways. You guys are dictating and your emails
I'm
are
asking you to
stunning
share
because we have
information
to.
that's
Because
vital.
okay, hold on. Okay, asking to share is one thing. You don't have to do this. What I'm saying is those emails are not, hey, let's collaborate. Let's think of ideas. Sometimes they are. I can't say that they're not always, but a lot of the time they're shockingly I can't even find the word. They're not helpful emails. So if you think these are collaborative emails, that you guys are providing always a collaborative tone, that is absolutely not true. So I don't know. I again suggest that we don't constantly add hurdles to the executive and that we perhaps table this motion and try again. Again, it's like not we, because that's
How
not
many
me.
dozens of times do we have to try before we realize it's futile?
I mean, part of the shuttle, of the motion is just to establish a common understanding of how we like to work moving forward, so it's not a negotiation every single instance that it comes up, so.
So why do I have to go into negotiation every time with you as a liaison of something? To actually get the information that I would need as the executive from the liaison, because that's happening on the other side. You guys are acting like, oh, it's the mayor, it's the mayor, it's the mayor. Well, guess what? When Sean has an independent phone call, it's happened twice in the last 2 weeks with Joe Lanero about engineering, and Jeff's not even on that call, then how am I supposed to know what the next steps are or what's being dictated in that situation? And Joe's been confused too. You can say he hasn't been, but he had a heart-to-heart with me about the whole chicken and egg question with Judy. It's like, what am I supposed to be doing? What is going on there? And he was left with that.
Guess what? Because no one knew really that you were gonna decide to throw away both of those concepts and then hire another landscape operator to now create a whole new
It was
concept
in the
for another
budget.
$5,000.
It was determined during the budget.
Yeah.
Well, you
but-
put it in the budget, but we weren't
ever really on board.
That
with
the
that.
information is never shared, that we were gonna do that until right now.
All in favor? Voice vote. All right, roll call vote, excuse me.
Trustee Raymond,
Yes.
trustee Baskin,
Yeah.
trustee Fandesa,
No, again, I think that these motions are a waste of our time to constantly try to just nip at the executive. That's not our role here, guys. It's ridiculous.
trustee Cormos,
Yes, and the reason for these motions is the behavior of the executive, as if he is the only one who makes decisions, who deals with things, and he doesn't inform the rest of us, which leads to these long meetings and all this rancor. So if he was open and professional and didn't add an insult to every email that he sends out, particularly to me and to Ben, we could get the village's work done a lot more efficiently.
Mayor Rossi,
No, the emails you send are the insults. If you don't like how the response comes, imagine how I'm feeling during those situations. Motion carries. Can I get a motion that liaisons must inform the mayor of all activities with any group that they are a liaison to within one business day of such meetings, phone calls, etc.?
I'll make the motion.
Trustee Fandesa. I will second it. What's the problem?
I don't have.
That's fine.
Roll call?
Wait, should we do 1 day or 2 days? What do we do?
We do one business day here. Roll call.
Excuse me, can you repeat exactly that motion?
If I have a phone call with
Or
any of
meeting.
any of the list, then I should share that within one business day.
Or meeting.
I'd like to make an amendment that when the mayor has a conversation with committee members, that is also shared with us within one business day.
Well, you see,
Why this is ridiculous.
see, the problem here is that your liaisonship is at the pleasure of the mayor. And so I get no feedback from you. And so you're withholding information that you're supposed to be providing as liaison.
I'm fine with voting on this motion, just in the particular interest that you're talking about.
Right.
I was just playing catch up. You already knew what Joe did. I was just catching up to find out what was known, because we weren't getting told. So I didn't have any new information to give you because you already knew it.
We allow 90 seconds for impromptu motions for
I'm
public
going to make
comment.
a motion to amend that to say that we all should communicate with each other when we're in touch with consultants.
I won't accept it as a second. We allow 90 seconds. Anybody want public comment on this? Darlene, go ahead.
Yeah, just as like another municipality did, all of these emails and stuff are public information. They are foilable, so watch what you say, because we can and we do have a right to see what they are. They are public information on government websites and government emails, so watch what you say, because we do have a right to see them, and they are visibly available to us.
If you can.
Well, we can see what they are, and what's online stays online. Screenshots.
Chris?
Chris Butte, 6 Cameron Drive. Sean, you made a comment at 10:50 during the dot that these motions are the sole reason why these meetings go so long. But I'll remind you, you put a motion in saying it was public comment, and having 2 public comments for a total of 6 minutes is why the meetings went well beyond the time. So thank you for amending that and really taking onus and responsibility that it's really these motions that you as the board are putting up here that are causing these meetings to go so long, and not the public comment. So I request this board to consider adding that second public comment back in where it should be, so we can hold our representatives accountable for what's discussed at these meetings.
Yeah.
Also for Wiswall, Friends of Wiswall, Ben, you were privy to some of the discussion that was made with regards to hiring a third party at 5,000 to come in and give us a baseline third party professional drawing of the park and plans of the park, including runoff, any grading that need to be done and everything else. So in discussion, when you said you weren't quite aware of that, you've been privy to those meetings. And those meetings are open. I'm the treasurer. Ask me when those meetings are. Please attend. I'd welcome your input. Please attend. Be aware. You took on this role. Be aware. We're all busy. I have 4 children. I work 2 jobs. I attend as many meetings as I can. So be aware. Show up. So again, I just hear that dragged out quite a bit. So or ask me. Hell, I'll give you my email. Email me and I'll email you. But again, I would just ask that, please. Maybe add in that public comment. Because again, thank you for admitting that this is why these meetings go so long.
Thanks, Chris. Anybody else? Jared?
I just fail to see why this would be necessary. Motion N seems to apply to all members of the board. And I can say, as a member of the public who attends many of these meetings, either in person or virtually, this does continually arise. Every single meeting, we hear about information being withheld, and there seems to be no mechanism to enforce this. This seems like a mechanism to do so.
Inside the 51 emails I got from Ben in that Friday to Friday period, he did ask one about the status of the 2 LaBelle Engineering proposals that we were discussing earlier. And I provided the answers about what was going on, what I was doing to resolve them, and I would send them as soon as I was sure that we were going forward in that way through the executive aspect, or that we would need to vote on it. And I did, as you said, provide Thursday after we got through the Wiswell Park one. And with respect to the, what was the other one? The fire apron came out today when we made sure that everything was in line with DPW and Carla to take on some of the modifications we did with that agreement, because it was way too much money for the engineering stuff. We, as an executive, Jared, we do a lot of work behind the scenes to make sure with our engineers, et cetera, that things are ready for prime time. We're not bogging down our board. If they want to see everything, great, they're going to get everything. Yeah, but also as executive, because their role is as liaison, and I'm supposed to be knowledgeable on things that are going on in our committees, et cetera. Well, it works both ways. And so here we are.
And well, that's what I'm saying. I don't see any language here in motion N that is only one direction.
Require board approval. Well, their duty is as liaison.
All submittals by consultants, engineers, service providers, or contractors.
No, this is when they attend a committee meeting that I need a report as to what was discussed at the committee meeting. I don't ever get that. I never get that. We get a liaison report slightly here.
During the meetings here, right? It's on the agenda, our liaison reports.
Right. So when I sat down with Judy and with Caitlin last week, they had no idea what was going on with respect to that sewer pipe situation. That's a problem.
They did know. They knew that.
You're calling them liars now.
Not calling you a liar, I guess, because they did know. They did know.
Oh my God, this is mother not teaching manners.
Okay, anybody else in the 90-second rule here?
Kids.
I would comment, but I'd just be called an outspoken person again, so.
And if I comment, I get kids.
Because I think this is all ridiculous that you guys can't communicate either way. And, it's the old 3-2. Okay, and I already asked Carla my questions.
Can we table this motion and try to make a commitment to share information, particularly engineering reports and stuff, and to share them immediately?
Are you going to go to a motion to reconsider N as a result of it?
I'm saying table this motion and your motion about.
I can't table a motion approved. I would have to ask you for a motion to reconsider N after tabling this. So that procedurally, that's what we have to.
He's just saying procedurally, that's what we have to do. If you're willing to do that, which is what I asked for in the first place.
I don't know. It's just that
Well,
it's.
I don't know if I'm willing to do that.
Okay.
And then, as Jared pointed out, the language already encompasses that I have to let you know on business day because I'm an elected official.
No, but it's not the subject matter I'm asking for. It doesn't match up correctly.
What subject matter are you asking for? Any submittals? Or do you want to add conversations? What?
Well, phone call with Joe Lanero or the phone calls with Joe
You want to
Lanero.
say conversations?
So
Well-
Liz, do you want to reconsider and just go for a good faith effort to work better together? Is that where you want to go with it?
I appreciate that.
I don't know. It's really troubling that you didn't share some of these reports with us.
Share what? That we got a crosswalk that's out of place, that I want to make sure that we have approval from DOT before we spend money. That's what the executive does, that once you hand it off to the executive, that's what they're supposed to do with it.
I guess the thing that would be nice is this.
And I let you know that, by the way. I let you know what was going on. It wasn't like I.
You know that, yeah. But
Again,
if
share
people-
the plan and
Right.
have it on the email. I'm not sure if this is the right location, but share the plan.
Right.
Share the material.
Fine.
Just, respect the position and us. If we ask for it, why not?
So are you gonna be okay with reconsidering N if we table this?
Yes. I
Yeah.
would consider.
Okay, can I get a motion to table the spontaneous motion I just made?
I'll make the motion.
Trustee Fandesa, I'll second it. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries to table. Can I get a motion to reconsider N?
Make the motion.
Trustee Cormos,
I'll second.
trustee Raymond, discussion just for reconsideration of N.
So
We will,
We're gonna table it.
well, you can't table a past motion. So first, we're going to reconsider. Can I get all in favor of reconsideration of N?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Can I get a motion that,
The table.
repeals N? There, a motion that repeals motion N that was formally approved, but then moved to reconsider. Trustee Fandesa.
Second.
Trustee Raymond, discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
pretty complicated.
Motion carries. Carla, any complaints with how we did that?
No, but I mean, honest.
That's a very large question. No, I have no complaints with the procedure you just finished. The discussion, that's different.
Don't go there, Carla.
I just want to go to bed.
Yeah, quite that's my life, I'll never get back.
Oh,
Anyone in the audience can go to bed at any time.
No, we can't.
No, I can't.
Gotta be here.
Not you,
Mark just
Yeah,
replied.
see?
Can I get a motion to have legal counsel create contracts for ASCC for 2023 Family Fun Day, fiscal year 2023-24 Birdhouse Project, and fiscal year 2023-24 banners for board review prior to the July 10th village board meeting?
I'll make the motion.
Trustee Baskin,
Second.
trustee Raymond, discussion.
Does that work for you, Carla? Yeah. I know
What are
you-
the terms?
That's the
well,
issue.
That's, I guess you draft something and then we discuss it.
No, I need to know what the terms are going to be in the contract.
Or,
Well, you have a draft birdhouse contract from this year. And you have a contract for the banners from this past year.
but you have to negotiate with the counterparty usually for these things, right?
So we can draft something and present it to ASCC for review and approval.
Generally, a lawyer will ask for a term sheet to write the contract off of, and those are business terms.
I'll draft something for board review.
Well, what I would do is I would just give the contracts that we have in place this current year to the board and just change the dates.
Right, and there's probably gonna be some edits to those.
Well, no, that's what I would do. That's what I would normally do is just take the contracts from this year, change the dates, send them to the board, and you guys tell me what you want changed.
Okay,
Okay.
sounds good.
I have a question. Is there going to be a contract with Ask for Family Fun Day, or is that just a volunteer?
I've actually advised them that they probably should, because they're actually providing the service to the village ultimately, and you know what, under the circumstances, if I were them, I'd want one, and with the climate.
Yeah, wouldn't we all want a contract? The
Well,
contracts are
I
helpful,
mean,
they
if-
communicate
are they-
expectations.
Doing the whole event, then
They're taking in donations from people because they're the entity that allows it to be a tax deductible donation ultimately, and applies the money in certain ways that allows a lot more spending to occur to make the event whole.
Well,
So
are
they're the
those-
ones that are actually putting themselves out there and risking themselves a little bit more than you realize, I think, on this.
No, that's fine, except, no,
I know you.
that it- being a village-sponsored event versus the Birdhouse, which was an sponsored event, that means that the dollars have to all flow through the village, correct?
They can't, no one can donate to the village.
They can donate to the village, you're not gonna get a deductibility from it.
No, I mean, in other,
It's just too complicated to deal with right now, I think.
yeah, no, I think
It
it's.
sounds like it's either gotta be a village event or an ASCC event.
No, the ASCC basically filled in the gaps, and if there was an expenditure that went from the village that was over and above what was budgeted, they wrote a check to cover that expenditure to have no budget effect ultimately. They were providing a healthy budgetary service.
It's a very loose kind of understanding, and I think it would help us to tighten that up. And
Can I ask the board just to send me what they want to do on Family Fun Day, and I'll give the other 2 contracts to them from last year?
Fine.
Yeah.
Well, how do you want to handle the motion now? You just want to go in good faith at this point?
I don't need a motion on that. I'll just do it. You've asked me to do it, I'll do it.
I get a motion to the table.
I'll table it.
Your motion?
Motion to table.
Trustee Raymond, discussion, all in favor of tabling?
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Can I get a motion to nominate Richard, is it Annis?
Annis, yeah.
To the Revenue Committee?
I'll make the motion.
Trustee Baskin,
Second,
trustee Cormos, this is Trustee Baskin's replacement pick.
Right, the other person was his job, which is with the government, was just taking too long.
Got it, yep. Who knew?
I should have known.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Can I have a motion to approve the attached revised village committee policy?
I make that motion.
Trustee Cormos,
Second.
trustee Raymond, discussion. Liz, why don't you run down what you concocted?
Basically, there's a few edits in the beginning, that any committee defines committees as a group that doesn't have any authority to act on behalf of the village on its own. It's an advisory committee. Goes a little bit more into recruiting, adds Facebook. Postings will remain until positions are filled. Posts will include a request for the link for the interested residents to complete the committee interest form. Completed forms will be distributed by the village administrator within 5 business days upon notice of the vacancy in the committee, and will be sent to all board members and chairs of the relevant committees. We crossed out the requirement for a letter of interest. The main addition on board responsibilities is what happens if a member resigns. As we just talked about, was Ben's pick for the revenue committee. Each board member gets to pick an equal number of committee members from the pool of applicants. Odd number extra pick first goes to the mayor, and then board members in order of seniority. Members will be chosen based on qualification. That's in the existing committee policy. The thing we added was when a member resigns prior to the end of their term, the board member who appointed the person resigning will appoint a replacement. If that board member is no longer on the village board, then the board member with the longest seniority will choose the replacement. I figured that was a much better way. And village board liaisons to committee will be chosen by a majority vote of village board. And committees have the right to appoint their own chairs. If no chair is identified, then the village board will choose the chair by majority vote. And those are the only changes.
Those are a lot of changes. Those are a lot of changes. It just, it's for the benefit of the public, normally when there's vacancies, the mayor makes those decisions as the authority and power of the mayor. Also, liaisons are also something that the mayor appoints. This is just another attempt to I find it stunning that it's an encroachment of the legislature on the executive, and I find it problematic. This board loves doing it for some weird reason. And then also the other thing I thought that was interesting was, about, I don't even know how many months ago, it was related to Arts Committee on deciding who should be chair of Arts Committee or any committee. And it was made a big point that the committee should choose the chairs. And then now you're adding a caveat that if for some reason they can't choose, that majority of our board will make that decision. But at what point, how long are you allowing? I just find this really problematic. Again, we're just putting our hands in something for no reason. I feel like sometimes there's tinkering for the sake of tinkering. And I know your disdain for the mayor. I understand that. And, I don't see it that way. I think the mayor works very hard. I know that there's friction a lot of the time. I think that's because there's difference of opinions, but this constant attempt and approach to circumvent the mayor and his efforts and the executive powers. I just can't imagine that you would do that to Christine. Maybe you would have done that to Larry, I'm not sure, but it didn't get to that point quite yet. So, I mean, let's call it what it is. You're really trying to cut the mayor off at his knees, and something that really he's taken a pleasure in, and getting to talk to people that he appoints in those vacancies. And they've been a lot of people that various people have recommended, not necessarily people that I've recommended or that Frank wanted necessarily. They've been people that Ben has suggested or that you have suggested. So I just find it, the mayor should know who's going on those boards and should, have those conversations. They've been wonderfully productive, I think. So personally, I don't support this, and I just want the public to know what this is exactly.
I just like to use the word tinkering.
Tinkering.
I like it. Anybody else? Yeah. Liz, any response to that?
I believe we work in a representative government. And you do have the power that's provided in village law over the boards. And historically, we want representative. Each board member gets to pick. That means you get committees that are representative of the whole board instead of being just representative of the mayor. And this is a few tweaks to that. So ready to vote.
To be clear, I did not complain about that. That board members have, when we form committees, make our suggestions. We've done that. That's been great. But again, my complaint is that it's usually the mayor's authority to appoint the vacancy. That's it.
Carla, is that a Bella in the background I see?
Yeah, she's going to bed. I'm in my bedroom. My husband's away for the week. She's got her earbuds in. She's watching TikTok, so don't worry about it.
Okay, the question I was going to ask you is if you had any concerns about executive authority and infringing upon it from this motion.
I don't think so. I haven't actually looked into it specifically. I haven't been asked to. I can if you'd like me to, but I didn't really review it because I hadn't been asked to.
May I make a suggestion?
That you look into it?
That you look into it and perhaps we table this motion?
That's fine. I'm trying to work on your priorities list, so I'm not doing extra things unless you want me to do them.
I suggest we vote on the motion, and if Carla sees any issues, we'll revisit it.
Can I get a motion to table?
I'll make the motion.
Trustee Fandesa. I'll second it. Roll call.
Trustee Raymond,
Yes.
trustee Baskin,
No.
Trustee Fandesa,
Yes.
trustee Cormos,
No.
Mayor Rossi.
Yes, by a 3-2 margin, the motion is tabled. Thank you, Sean. Carla, if you could add that, though, in good faith,
Yep.
I appreciate it.
It's on the list.
Thank you. Can I get a motion to approve the attached revised rules and procedures?
I make that motion.
Trustee Cormos,
Second.
trustee Raymond, discussion. Liz, again, why don't you go ahead?
Well, we modified, I did, apologize to, attorney, Carla.
I can't hear Liz.
Oh, sorry. I missed your email, but I did add your changes in, into a copy I have here.
So is there a new copy?
Yes.
Is it the attached-
I don't think it came by email then.
Well, when, okay, let me just, I'm not trying to be
Yeah,
problematic with this, but when did you do this? Was it after Friday?
yes.
So we haven't seen it.
But that's when she sent me the email, so, the changes are minor, it's the dates on the top and the change.
No, there were a lot of comments and questions I had in there.
Well, I guess we'll have to table this one and I'll send it out to you and everybody else and we'll vote on it next.
Yeah, just out of consideration that we probably should have seen those, and
Yeah.
I'm not trying to be problematic, like I said, Matt. Can I get a motion table? Trustee Fandesa,
Second.
trustee Raymond, discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion is tabled. I think we just set a record for the motion, most tables, most table motions in the history of the Village of Ballston Spa, I would have to guess. Other business, we do have two motions that we have pre-vetted here, so let me make them quickly. Can I get a motion approving the Labella proposal related to the Union Firehouse apron? Trustee Fandesa.
I'll second.
Trustee Baskin, discussion.
What is the total on that?
Oh, please.
A lot less than it was.
Yes, thank you. 3,300 plus. 4,700 is 8,000. I think that is, oh, here it is. We can do it this way. It is $8,000.
8,000 versus,
It was about 20,000 at one point.
yeah, that's an awful lot for a
Thanks.
sidewalk.
That's what the executive does. Tries to get the money savings here before we have to go here. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Can I get a motion approving an expenditure of $3,000 of DWI funds that are now in unallocated fund balance for the use to complete investigations by the police department?
Make a motion.
Trustee Fandesa,
Second.
trustee Raymond, discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Other business? Thank God. Do we want to go to the executive session or you want me to give an update by email?
Email's fine.
Fine. Can I get a motion that the vouchers be audited and meeting be adjourned at 11:21 PM, which is 39 minutes shorter than I anticipated? Trustee Fandesa, trustee Baskin on the second, discussion, all in favor?
Now.
Throwing, all in favor was aye.
Aye.
Just for the record.
Opposed? Motion carries. Good night, folks.
Good night, everyone.
Night, thanks, Carla. Congratulations, Bella.
Thank you.